Good morning. I just wanted to do a quick sound and video test. Can someone confirm that they can see and hear me?
Good morning. It sounds okay on my end.
Thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. Before I call our case, I want to just check in with my court reporter to make sure that we are ready to go.
I'm ready.
Yeah, everybody can hear me okay? All right, I'm seeing nods. All right. Now calling proceeding number 23A-0244E. We are in day 2 of an evidentiary hearing in this proceeding. My name is Melody Mirbaba, and I am the administrative law judge who was assigned to hear this case. Why don't we go ahead and get started with entries of appearance? I want to start by hearing from Black Hills.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Sopkin, representing Black Hills, and with me today is Katie Otterbeck, also representing Black Hills.
Thank you. And for the UCA.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Assistant Attorney General Patrick Wittersheim, joined by co-counsel Gregory Bunkers, Senior Assistant Attorney General.
Thank you. And for Colorado Public Utilities Trial Staff.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Christine Roach, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of trial staff, and I'm joined by my co-counsel, Katie McLaughlin.
Thank you. And for the Colorado Energy Office.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is David Banis, representing the Colorado Energy Office, and with me today is Cynthia Vitale, also representing the Colorado Energy Office.
Thank you. And on behalf of Green Latinos, Mothers Out Front, Vote Solar, and Women from the Mountain, who we also refer to as the Environmental Justice Coalition or Coalition.
Thank you, Your Honor. Robin Ragonen, appearing on behalf of the Environmental Justice Coalition. Appearing with me today is my co-counsel, Michael Hyatt.
Thank you. All right, and before we get started to witness testimony, I just want to check in with the parties to see if there are any preliminary matters we ought to address first.
Just one small piece from the Environmental Justice Coalition. Mr. Valdez, who we previously established would be our first witness that we would present. He has just a small window of limited unavailability this morning. So if it is the case that he is called during that time, we can switch gears and call a different witness. That's okay with you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Can you go ahead and let us know right now what that window of unavailability is so we can all have a sense for whether that's likely to happen?
Yes, it's between about 11 and 11:30 a.m. this morning.
Okay. Is there anything else anybody else wishes to raise before we get started? All right, I'm going to take the silence and the nodding of the heads in the no direction to mean there is nothing else that any party wishes to address before we turn to the evidence. So where we last left off, Black Hills had rested its direct case, and based on the witness examination matrix that I have, CEO will be calling its witnesses next. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Banis and let you go ahead and call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. CEO calls Jocelyn Durkay.
All right.
Great.
Hi there. If you could raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Certainly. My name is Jocelyn Durkay. That's spelled Jocelyn. And my last name is spelled D as in dog, Urkay.
Thank you. Before we get started on your testimony, I just want to give you a couple of quick advisements. One is that you are not allowed to receive help during the course of your testimony, with your testimony. And the second is that you are not allowed to look at any documents during the course of your testimony unless you are authorized or directed to do so by counsel or by me. Do you understand these advisements?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. Mr. Banis, I'll turn the witness over to you to get her introduced.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Kay. How you
Good
doing?
morning. Well, thank you.
My first question is, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm the Associate Director of Regulatory Policy at the Colorado Energy Office.
And are you the Jocelyn Durkay that caused to be filed answer testimony in this proceeding?
Yes,
And that is hearing exhibit number 500.
yes,
And if I were to ask you the same questions this morning as you answered in that written testimony, would your answers be the same?
yes, they would.
And are you adopting anyone else's testimony this morning?
Yes, I'm adopting the Energy Office's settlement testimony, which was initially marked as that of Kathleen Gegner.
And that, I believe, is hearing exhibit 505.
Yes,
Now, as we've discussed the past 2 or 3 days, there's been some changes to the settlement agreement since it was filed and since that settlement testimony was filed. I just want to take a minute and walk through that with you. Specifically, the settlement in our settlement testimony, it says the Energy Office supports the settlement except for paragraphs 16, 42, 43, 44, and 54. And those specifically, CEO opposes those paragraphs, but there's been some changes to that based upon discussions. Is that right?
yes,
And will you walk us through those changes?
certainly. Based on the comments that Mr. Mike Harrington provided on Tuesday morning about clarifications to the settlement agreement, CO's position on the settlement has been slightly modified. CO no longer opposes paragraph 43, Roman 1, and paragraph 44. And for clarification, CO still does oppose Roman 2 and Roman 3 in paragraph 43.
Thank you. Now, apart from that, if I were to ask you all the same questions that Ms. Gegner answered in that settlement testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Okay, this witness is available for cross-examination. Thank you.
I think Black Hills is up first. Mr. Sopkin, will it be you or Ms. Otterbeck?
It'll be me.
Go ahead and proceed when you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Mr. K. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
And I want to thank you for going over those changes that Mr. Harrington had discussed. I now don't need to do that. So, if you would take a look at Ms. Gegner's settlement testimony, exhibit 505. And if we could pull that up, I'm looking at first page 27 of that testimony. I want to start with, if we can go down to line 12. This is a question that is asked of Ms. Gegner. Is the settlement agreement in the public interest? And I'm going to skip to line 16. You indicate, for the reasons above and excluding the paragraphs CEO opposes, CEO finds the settlement agreement to be in the public interest. Do you see that?
I do.
And what I wanted to ask about that is the phrase excluding the paragraphs CEO opposes. And what my questioning is going to involve is you're not seeking the complete exclusion of these paragraphs. I guess with the exception of 42, you have defined what the issues are within those paragraphs. And so let me start there and, for example, jump to paragraph 16 of the settlement agreement, which is Exhibit 109, if we could pull that up.
May I reference the paper copy I have?
Of course.
Thank you.
And so on Exhibit 109, on page 6, we see the Ready EV budget in paragraph 16, correct?
Yes, I see that.
And so when you say excluding, you are not advocating for the erasure of this, of these budget items. It's more nuanced than that. Would you agree?
Yes, that's correct. CO takes opposition to the components in paragraph 16 here that contradict our recommendations discussed in the settlement agreement.
Right. And by that, you mean, for example, would you agree that CEO advocates a line item that would be $70,000 for an EV rebate program? Would that be correct?
That is correct, and it would, under our recommendation, replace another line item in this chart.
And would that be the multifamily housing line item, which is also a budget of $70,000, which would be the third row down?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And also, and we'll get to this in a little bit, you'd advocate some kind of line item for community-based organization funding. Is that correct?
More specifically, we advocate for funding, which may be either contained in one of these line items or a separate line item.
Got it. Thank you. And so, would you agree that if CEO's recommendations in this proceeding were adopted, the total budget, which is listed at the bottom there of $2.751 million, would increase?
Whether or not the budget increases would be dependent on if community-based organization funding was provided, whether that was an incremental budget increase or reallocated from somewhere within this budget.
So by that, are you saying that there could be a line item within this budget that we're looking at that could be redirected in part toward community-based organizations?
And yes, and that relates to CEO's opposition to paragraph 54 of the settlement agreement, which is the communication and outreach budget. If there were to be a reallocation of the budget, CEO's recommendation would be for it to come from the communications and outreach budget.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Before we get there, going back to the third line item, the IQ multifamily pilot grants of $70,000, I would like to direct your testimony to, let's see, or I'd like to direct this question to Exhibit 505 at page 17. If we
May
look
I
at,
please reference my paper copy?
yes, yeah, and that's just going forward. That's fine with me. You could always reference the paper copies of the exhibits that I'm referring to, if that's okay with the ALJ.
Thank you.
And I'll just clarify for the record, Mr. K, I do appreciate how conscientious that you are being and you're asking if you can look at those copies. So I want to thank you for that and just let you know that whenever an attorney or I direct you to an exhibit. If you happen to have it on hand in paper, you can look at the paper version of it. You don't have to try to see it on the screen that we've got displayed. It can be a little challenging at times.
Thank you.
All right, and let's take a look at line 6 through 13 on that page. And here you're referring to that multifamily housing IQ program when you say on line 7, CEO supports the concept of the program and believes the modifications of the program from what was presented in the company's direct testimony will make the program easier to implement and more likely to succeed. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And the next line is what you were talking about just a minute ago, that CEO does not support replacing the EV purchase rebate program with the multifamily housing program. And that's why you oppose paragraph 43 III of the partial settlement agreement.
Yes, that's correct.
But you end with, on line 11, that said, if the commission determines that the multifamily housing residential EVSE grant program can be provided in addition to the vehicle purchase rebate, CEO would support this grant program. See that?
I do see that.
And that means that if the commission determines in the public interest that that overall budget, the $2.751 million, would increase, and CEO would support that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we've already talked about the overall partial settlement agreement budget is set $2.751 million. If we could turn to exhibit 110, which is Mr. Harrington's testimony. I believe that's his settlement testimony. And on page 11, sorry, I have a little frog in my throat this morning. If we can go down to PGG 10, it's a table on this page. All right. This is a table in Mr. Harrington's settlement testimony that talks about the budgets that were proposed by each party in either rebuttal or answer testimonies, and it shows their CEO's budget that was proposed to be $2.667 million. You see that?
I do see that.
And you'd agree the budget that was agreed to in the partial settlement is a little bit above that, $2.751 million. So I don't know, a little over $75,000 higher, correct?
Yes, approximately.
Yeah. And my question is, does CEO have an interest in keeping the overall budget in the TEP program to be somewhere at or near CEO's proposed budget in his answer testimony?
I think our settlement testimony drives our budget recommendations, and so it is not exactly the value of our answer testimony or the value of the settlement agreement, but the Energy Office is balancing many considerations in our recommendations, and approximately close to those values is where our recommendations are currently.
And would you agree that in your settlement testimony, you did not provide a revised total budget recommended by CEO for the TEP program?
We did not.
Okay. If we could turn to exhibit 500, which is Mr. K, your answer testimony. and go to page 43. Moving down to line 14. There on line 14, you're describing how CEO's mission informs its position in this proceeding. That's what this paragraph's about, right?
Yes.
And I wanted to talk about, you talk about you're looking for a transition to a more equitable, low carbon, clean energy economy, reduce pollution, and promote an equitable transition to transportation electrification, ZEVs, and transportation systems. The next line, beginning on line 20, states, and if we could scroll down so we could see the next page as well, if that's possible. CEO must also support reduced energy cost burden for lower income Coloradans. You see that?
I do see that.
That's one of its mission statements, and you'd agree that one of your considerations, one of the parts of your mission is to try to keep that cost burden reasonable for lower income Coloradans.
I would agree that that is part of the Energy Office's statutory mission, and specifically how we are seeking to do that in this proceeding is listed on the bullet points further down on this page and also on page 47.
Okay, and thank you for that clarification. You would agree also, and if we could turn to page 49 of this same document and look at lines 8 through 10. Black Hills states that the company service territory's median income is approximately $48,000, which is well below the statewide average, correct?
That is what the text states.
You have no reason to disagree with that, is that correct?
I have no reason to disagree with it, but I also have not independently verified it.
Okay. Okay. So let me turn our attention to another to the EV rebate issue, the IQ EV rebate program, and here I'd like to go to Exhibit 505, which is CEO's settlement testimony. And if we go to page 13 of that, and here you're talking about CEO not supporting the discontinuation of the vehicle purchase rebate, correct?
Correct.
And what I wanted to focus on is lines 5 through 8, that CEO recommends the commission to direct the company to continue the vehicle purchase rebate, $5,500 for new vehicles, $3,000 for used vehicles, and that the rebate be provided at the point of sale. You see that?
I do.
My question to you is whether CEO would still support the EV rebate if it were not at the point of sale. In other words, it was post point of sale.
That is not our primary recommendation because I don't believe it's consistent with the principles that we've identified for Black Hills' TEP. However, that is a preferred alternative to the complete elimination of the rebate.
Okay, thank you. And would you agree that at least with respect to the e-bike program, that the company has in fact requested CEO's help to try to arrange for a point of sale rebate in a cost-efficient manner?
That is correct, but I am not certain that the settlement would obligate that that it be offered at point of sale, or that it be explored prior to the launch of the program. Although I would note that Ms. Carrie Attia is our witness on that rebate and CEO's position more generally.
Well, and isn't CEO's position with regard to the e-bike program that it shouldn't be required for a period of 12 months? And then it should be required as part of the e-bike program?
Can you please direct me to my testimony that addresses that?
I will in a little bit later down in my notes, so I'll just come back to that. But what I want to get to here is hypothetical question. If the commission orders the EV rebate program at $70,000 as proposed by CEO, but does not order Black Hills to do it at the point of sale, is CEO willing to work with Black Hills to try to help devise a cost-effective solution for point of sale?
CEO is absolutely willing and interested in working with Black Hills on that and other programs.
Thank you. And with regard to the EV rebate, would you agree that one of your concerns in your answer testimony, and I could point out where this is, you were concerned about IQ customers not having enough income to be able to use the full amount of state and federal tax credits? Was that one of your concerns?
I believe my testimony referenced that may be a concern for the federal tax credit, given requirements of that tax credit, but I don't recall noting that for the state tax credit.
Okay, and why would that not be noted for the state tax credit? Is that not an issue for state tax credits?
The state tax credit is what is referred to as refundable, which means a customer eligible for the tax credit is eligible for the full value, whereas the federal tax credit does not operate like that.
Okay, so let's concentrate on the federal tax credit. If we can go to Exhibit 500, which is your rebuttal testimony at page 72. Lines 8 to 14. Please explain the second reason for the need for a utility EV rebate. And you say a rebate has greater benefit than tax credits to lower income households and households with lower tax burdens. First, the federal tax credit is a non-refundable tax credit. This means that not everyone can utilize the federal tax credit because it is based on tax liability. In other words, the federal tax credit for a new vehicle is up to $7,500. If a household's tax bill is less than $7,500, then that household will not be refunded the difference, and the tax credit cannot be applied to the following year's taxes. You see that?
I do see that.
Would you agree that there has been a new development in which that problem you just described is no longer the case with regard to the federal tax credit.
I would disagree with that characterization because I understand that there is a potential resolution to it that is contingent on dealerships electing to offer the federal tax credit at point of sale. And it is not a change whole cloth to the operation of the tax credit.
Well, if we can turn to Exhibit 301, attachment SEE-21. And scrolling down to the next page. All right, right there. I'm sorry, if you can go up a little bit. A little bit more. All right, right there. Thank you. All right. If you look at the second paragraph here, that and the second sentence of that, the sentence previously officials had also said buyers might not qualify for the full $7,500 in federal incentive unless they owed at least that much in federal taxes by the end of the year. And the next sentence, now Colorado buyers who qualify under federal income caps can get the full tax credit taken off the price at the dealership, in addition to $5,000 in an instant state credit and possible other incentives. So do you disagree with that previously statement? Because it indicates unless they owed at least that much in federal taxes by the end of the year. And now that no longer appears to be the case. Do you agree with that?
My understanding of the federal guidance is that it is reliant on dealerships electing to offer the rebate at point of sale. And so that's the situation referenced here may occur if a dealership chooses to do that, but it is not a requirement placed on dealerships or a revision to federal legislation around the tax credit. Similarly, I would note that the paragraph beginning now that references the state tax credit is dependent on current state law around that tax credit, which will allow dealerships to elect to offer the tax credit at point of sale. And again, it is an opt-in approach from dealerships as to whether they offer this.
Okay, risky question on my part. Are you aware of any reason why a dealer would not opt into that?
My understanding is that appetite for doing that is reliant on how quickly a dealership is able to reconcile the value of that tax credit with the appropriate public entity, like the state or the federal government. For example, currently the current state law permits financiers to offer a point of sale rebate for the state tax credit. And my understanding is that relatively small number of dealerships currently offer that. I believe it is Nissan and General Motors. And it's because that those financiers have to carry that rebate value as a tax obligation on their part until they file their federal tax credits. And so depending on when a vehicle's purchased, either an individual customer or an entity like a financier could be carrying the weight of that tax credit for up to 16 months, for example.
Okay. And does CEO work directly with automobile dealers to help them with EV rebates?
I think Ms. Carrie Attia would be able to more specifically answer that question, but my understanding is, for example, under the Vehicle Exchange Colorado program, the Energy Office does work with dealerships around how to facilitate that its program rebates are offered at the point of sale.
So is it accurate to say with regard to the vehicle exchange program that CEO will be helping dealers to meet the goal of having a point of sale rebate?
More specifically, it's a requirement for the Vehicle Exchange Colorado that dealerships honor that rebate at the point of sale, but that does involve coordination and communication with dealerships.
Okay, thank you for those clarifications. Let's talk about the vehicle exchange program for a minute. The vehicle exchange program is a program in which Coloradans that meet the income eligibility requirements can essentially exchange or trade in their vehicle. If it's a gasoline powered vehicle that's at least 12 years old or failed an emission test. Is that right?
I don't recall the specific vehicle eligibility requirements, but I agree with the overall characterization that it is retiring an older emitting vehicle in exchange for receiving a rebate under that program.
And these persons, if they're eligible, can receive a rebate of $6,000 towards a new battery electric vehicle or plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, or $4,000 towards a used battery electric vehicle or plug-in hybrid electric vehicle if the MSRP for the electric or plug-in vehicle is $50,000 or less. Is that your understanding?
I would note that generally, yes, but when the website was entered into the record yesterday, I noticed an error, which is around the manufacturer's suggested retail price cap or MSRP cap that you mentioned. And my understanding is that the $50,000 maximum applies to used vehicles, and there is an $80,000 MSRP cap that applies to new vehicles, but that is not reflected in the document that you used Tuesday.
Thank you for your clarification. And there, just for the record, you're referring to Exhibit 111, which comes from a Colorado State website, but thank you for that clarification. Okay. And so would you agree that this issue that you highlighted in your rebuttal testimony about being concerned about rebates not being available to low-income customers, that the vehicle exchange program does not have that problem?
Correct. The Vehicle Exchange Colorado program is a point of sale rebate for eligible customers and vehicles.
Okay. Thank you. And you'd agree that with regard to both federal tax credit and state tax credits, depending on the opt-in issue that you just described, customers are going to be able to obtain rebates at the point of sale. That issue is going away depending on dealership opt-in.
I don't have information today to know how many dealerships may opt in the future, and therefore how much that concern may or may not be resolved.
With regard to the vehicle exchange program, there is a you have to prove eligibility for that. You have to be low income, correct?
The income eligibility requirement is that a household must be below 80% of area median income, and that can be demonstrated through a number of different ways.
Or another way of verifying eligibility is if the customer is enrolled in there's a number of listed financial assistance programs in that same exhibit 111 that I discussed yesterday, right? That's another way of verifying income eligibility.
To put a finer point on my previous comment, eligibility for Vehicle Exchange Colorado is determined in one of two ways. The first is what I would call categorical eligibility, which is what you mentioned in that question, where an individual has demonstrated their eligibility in a different program and then provides proof of enrollment in one of those eligible programs as a means of demonstrating eligibility for Vehicle Exchange Colorado. The other means of eligibility is income verification. So a customer provides either tax documents or pay stubs, as well as information demonstrating they meet the area median income requirements.
Is CEO going to itself provide that income verification administration as part of the vehicle exchange program?
Given the scope of a statewide multi-year program where we anticipate issuing thousands of rebates, the Energy Office has sought the assistance of a third-party administrator for the program as a whole, which includes a number of different activities, one of which is income verification.
And you're aware that one of the issues in this case with regard to Black Hills trying to arrange for point of sale is the cost of a third party administrator, essentially for the same purpose. You're aware that's an issue in this case.
I don't believe it is quite the same purpose, but I am aware that Black Hills has provided testimony around those concerns.
And one of the issues is the cost of that. Can you tell me what the cost is that CEO is going to be providing for this third-party administrator to perform that function with regard to the vehicle exchange program?
My understanding is that the Energy Office's financial arrangement with the third-party administrator is for the entirety of the program, such as an online web portal, issuing vouchers, and other activities, and there is not a specific cost or line item around income verification.
All right, fair enough, but can you tell me what the total cost is that the third-party administrator is charging?
My understanding is that it is the contract is for 8% of the value of rebates captured.
And is there a cap on the number of rebates that may be awarded through the vehicle exchange program on an annual or other basis?
That is a question that I would have to refer to Ms. Carrie Atia. I'm
Right.
not aware of the answer.
Okay. Is there an expected number of rebates that will be awarded? In other words, has CEO done an analysis as to the amount of rebates it expects to award through this program on an annual or other basis?
I would also direct that question to Ms. Carrie Atia. I'm not aware of the answer.
Okay. Are you aware whether there's a total budget for the vehicle exchange program?
I am not aware of what that value is, but there is a budget for it.
Another question that,
Yes, I would recommend you ask that question of Ms. Carrie Atia.
thank you. Okay, and I'd like to turn to so CEO has indicated some support for the idea of as part of the TEP direct funding to community-based organizations. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So what I'd like to do is turn to Exhibit 505, which is CEO's settlement testimony. Page 20. If we can scroll down a bit here, there's a section in CEO's settlement testimony entitled Reporting and Evaluation. You see that?
I see that.
And at least the beginning of your discussion references the settlement agreement requiring reporting on a variety of additional metrics for certain programs in the TEP, such as the residential behavior charging incentive pilot, the fleet electrification pilot, the e-bike rebate program, EVSE rebates, dealership engagement efforts, programs for income qualified customers, and EV awareness levels, correct?
I see that. Yes.
And the company also agreed as part of the settlement to file semi-annual reports, right?
That is what it states.
And if we can turn to page 23, lines 4-6 or 3-6. There's a question: does CEO support the evaluation provisions in the settlement agreement? And in your previous pages here, you described what those evaluation provisions are, and you say yes. Though the settlement agreement includes a more limited evaluation plan than CEO originally proposed, it is a reasonable compromise that addresses party concerns about minimizing expenses while ensuring there are increased levels of transparency and review of TEP programs. You see that?
I see that.
And that's an important priority for CEO, that in evaluating the expenditures made in the TEP program, that expenses should be minimized and there should be transparency and review or accountability of TEP programs. You'd agree with that, right?
I would not agree that the Energy Office has expressed minimizing expenses as one of its priorities. The text here notes party concerns about minimizing expenses.
Okay, but would you agree that it's important for CEO to have increased levels of transparency and review of TEP programs?
Yes, that is a priority we expressed.
There should be accountability, correct?
Excuse me, could you please repeat that?
There should be accountability, correct?
Yes.
All right, but with regard to CEO's support for direct funding of community-based organizations, CEO did not include in its settlement testimony any provisions for ensuring there is transparency and review of direct funding to CBO, to community-based organizations, and how they use that funding. Is that correct?
The Energy Office has an expectation that were funding provided for community-based organizations, there could be reporting requirements adopted associated with that funding.
But that wasn't actually expressed in the settlement testimony, was it?
I don't recall that being directly stated in our settlement testimony, but that's my understanding of our position at the time of filing testimony as well as today.
So with regard to this issue, you would say there needs to be transparency, review, and accountability if the commission ordered any direct funding to community-based organizations. Is that correct?
Certainly consistent with our interest in the TEP as a whole, providing transparency and accountability, it's reasonable that programs within that TEP would have some degree of transparency. I think a balance noted here in our testimony is between that transparency and what is the onus placed on the entity for reporting. So it's specifically noted that CEO reduced its ask of what's required for Black Hills around reporting. And so I think that balance is important to note for Black Hills or other entities under contract with the company.
Well, you would agree that there are pretty substantial reporting requirements, even though they were more limited than what CEO originally proposed. And if you want, we could walk through pages, I believe 21 and 22 of your settlement testimony to talk about what those were.
I apologize. I don't understand if the substantial requirements relate to the settlement agreement or CEO's testimony in your question.
The settlement agreement.
CEO believes there are a reasonable number of reporting requirements contained in the settlement agreement.
One moment. Turning to hearing exhibit 109, which is the partial settlement agreement, page 18. You'd agree that pages 18 and 19 provide a list of what the reporting requirements are in the settlement agreement, correct?
My understanding is there are the additional reporting requirements to what Black Hills proposed to include, yes.
Right, these are, so Black Hills proposed certain reporting requirements in its testimonies, and these are the additional ones agreed to as part of the settlement agreement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I believe CEO also asked for Black Hills to conduct surveys of persons who have received rebates, correct?
I may need to refer to my testimony, but my understanding is that we were building on a proposal from the company around surveying customers, and it was originally the company's proposal.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You'd agree that the company's communication and education plan budget, and we could turn to page 20 of this document to remind that the community events and sponsorship budget is $190,000 in the settlement agreement, correct?
Yes.
And the proposal by EJC is for $300,000 of direct funding to community-based organizations, correct?
That is my understanding of their position.
I'll hazard the question, do you advocate a lower amount than that?
The Energy Office supports funding to community-based organizations, and we recommend that at least a minimum value for that funding be $100,000 across the TEP portfolio. And that funding could come either from the existing community events and sponsorship budget, or be an incremental budget increase, or if Black Hills has identified another source of funding that could address that recommendation, that is also something that the Energy Office would support.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And that means that one possible solution here is that part of the $190,000 indicated for community events and sponsorships could involve partnerships between Black Hills and community-based organizations. Is that correct?
Provided that those partnerships were consistent with the Environmental Justice Coalition's recommendation, yes, it could include that.
Well, I think you just said the budget that you were advocating for that is $100,000 over 3 years. Is that correct?
That is a minimum recommendation by the Energy Office.
Okay. All right, and as a general matter, you'd agree there should be accountability as to how those funds are spent.
Yes.
All right, and to go back to Exhibit 505, page 27, lines 16 line 16 to 18, then on a positive note, For the reasons above and excluding the paragraph CEO opposes, which we discussed, CEO finds the settlement agreement to be in the public interest, correct?
Yes, with the caveat you discussed around the remaining paragraphs that we oppose.
All right. Thank you very much. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you.
All right, we're just at 10 o'clock, so I think this is a good time for us to take our mid-morning break. We'll go ahead and be in recess until 10:15, and then when we come back, the UCA will begin its cross-examination of Mr. K. Right, thank you all. Oh, and I will again remind you all that the webcast will continue to run during our recess, so make sure you turn your microphones off. All right, we'll be in recess until 10:15. Hi, everyone. Before I recall our case, let me just check in with my court reporter. Harriet, are you there and ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, we'll go back on the record. And where we last left off, the UCA is up for cross-examination of Mr. Gay. Mr. Bunker, I see your camera's on and you're unmuted. Are you going to be handling that?
Yes, I will, Your Honor, although I will say that our questions of Mr. K have been answered, and I am going to waive cross of Mr. K on behalf of the UCA.
Okay. All right, and then I want to turn then to staff.
Yes, Your Honor, staff has some questions.
All right, begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. K. My name is Katie McLaughlin, and I represent trial staff. I have a couple questions for you this morning, and I would like to start today by discussing Black Hills' unique territory. Black Hills has a much smaller customer base than Public Service Company of Colorado, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you'd agree that Public Service has a very different market and different characteristics than Black Hills does.
I think there are significant differences in their customer bases.
And were you present on Tuesday during the hearing?
Yes, I was.
So you heard when Mr. Harrington testified, and you'd agree with him that Black Hills has a high population of income qualified customers.
I did hear him state that, and that is also my understanding of Black Hills customer base.
Okay, thank you. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 400, the answer testimony of staff witness Hagland, and we'll turn to page 11. And if we could make it so that we could see the entire chart here. Thank you. Mr. K, this table sums up some numbers regarding Black Hills territory pretty well. And in general, you'd agree that Black Hills has a lower average income than the state average as well.
Based on the counties cited, yes.
Okay. And you have no reason to disagree with any of the numbers that are on this table.
Correct. I also have not verified them.
Okay, but you don't have any evidence that contradicts it.
Correct, I do not.
Okay, thank you very much. And you'd agree with me that Black Hills customers experience higher residential electric rates than the state average.
That's my understanding based on a report that the PUC released approximately in 2020 or 2021.
Great. We can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Thank you very much. Now, Black Hills recovers its costs for the TEP from all of its ratepayers, right?
Yes, TEP costs are recovered from ratepayers, subject to the cost assignment proposal in the settlement agreement.
Okay. And this includes residential customers that are paying for the TEP, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me that any increase in the TEP budget would also increase customer bills?
I don't think that it is a direct correlation necessarily.
So an increase in the TEP budget, which is paid for by ratepayers, would not increase their bills?
I think it's important to note that the settlement agreement has a cost assignability provision by rate class. And so the costs would have to be attributed to that class that's recovered from them under the settlement agreement proposal. And then also TEP expenses recovered through the rider are, it is expenses less revenue from EV sales. And so dependent on the value of EV sales, the value for the expense may be decreased or potentially eliminated.
Are you familiar with the TEPA rider?
Generally, yes.
The TEPA rider doesn't allow for a credit associated with EV revenue, correct?
It is not a direct credit, but rather that crediting occurs in the calculation of the TEP revenue requirement.
Okay. So, Mr. K, we've just established that there are many income qualified individuals in Black Hills' territory. And if the TEP budget increases, you'd agree that their customer bills would also increase.
Provided that under the cost assignment provision, there was the answer to that question is contingent on the cost assignment proposal in the settlement agreement as to who funds those expenses.
I don't believe that you gave a yes or no answer to that.
I believe it's challenging to provide a yes or no answer based on the provision in the settlement agreement and the netting against EV revenue through the TEP revenue requirement.
Mr. K, does CEO believe that Colorado is currently on track to meet its electric vehicle adoption goal?
My understanding is that in 2023, the state is on track to meet a 2030 goal that is, approximately 7 years out.
And in your testimony, you recommended that Black Hills issue electric vehicle rebates until a budget of $70,000 is exhausted, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And this recommendation is for both new or used electric vehicles, correct?
Yes, subject to the parameters in my answer testimony around customer income and the MSRP cap.
Yes, absolutely. But on a high level, you recommended new EV rebates at $5,500, right?
Yes, for new vehicles.
And used electric vehicle rebates at $3,000, correct?
Yes.
And the greatest number of rebates that Black Hills could offer under CEO's proposal is a total of 23 rebates for used electric vehicles, correct?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And if some of these rebates were provided for new electric vehicles, even less rebates would be available, right?
Yes, there would be fewer.
And Governor Polis's goal for electric vehicle adoption is 940,000 in the state by the year 2030. Isn't that correct?
The statewide goal is for 940,000 light duty vehicles.
Great. Thank you, Mr. K. I would like to turn to another subject with you and discuss the two concepts of stackability and point of sale. First, stackability of rebates allows an EV purchaser to utilize more than one rebate. Did I summarize that pretty well?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that CEO supports stackability of EV rebates, correct?
Yes, consistent with House Bill 1272 from 2023.
So if Black Hills were to offer an electric vehicle rebate, a customer could combine the utility rebate with other rebates available.
Provided they met the eligibility requirements for those rebates, yes.
Right, absolutely. So for our second concept here, CEO also supports the idea of point of sale rebates. I believe you discussed this a little bit earlier this morning with Mr. Sopkin. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And a point of sale allows an individual to claim the rebate at the time of purchase rather than on a customer's tax filing or a different type of delayed mechanism, correct?
Yes, and specifically, it reduces the purchase price of that vehicle at the time of sale.
And one of CEO's reasons for supporting this is wishing to reduce upfront costs in purchasing an EV, right?
Yes, that is one cost specifically for low and moderate income customers.
And Mr. K, are you familiar with the Federal Inflation Reduction Act?
Generally, I have not read it.
I understand, but as long as you're familiar on a high level, I think we can get through this. This Federal Inflation Reduction Act currently provides a tax credit of $7,500 for new EVs, $4,000 for used EVs that meet certain requirements. Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding, that it includes requirements for individuals, vehicle purchases, and types of vehicles.
And those were the number values of the rebates that you understood as well, right?
Yes, that's my understanding of the numerical values.
And in a couple months, starting in January of 2024, the federal tax credit is available at the point of sale, correct?
As I discussed with Mr. Sopkin, dealerships may opt in to provide this incentive at the point of sale. It is not a revision to the framework of the tax credit itself.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. K, who is Will Torr?
He is the executive director of the Colorado Energy Office.
Could we please pull up the attachment to hearing exhibit 301, the settlement testimony of UCA witness England, and that's going to be attachment SEE21. Could we please scroll down to page 2? And Mr. K, that is great. Thank you so much. Mr. K, do you see that paragraph that starts with "we applaud"?
I see that.
Could you please read that paragraph out loud and stop when you're finished?
We applaud this move by the federal government. Colorado Energy Office Executive Director Will Torr said, "Making incentives available at the time of purchase makes them far easier for consumers to use and will encourage even faster acceleration of EV adoption across the country."
Thank you. We can go ahead and take this exhibit down. Now, we just talked about the federal EV rebates. Colorado also offers EV incentives, correct?
Yes, as a state.
As a state. And it's your understanding that Colorado's EV tax credit recently increased from $2,000 to $5,000, right?
Yes, it was effective July 1 of this year.
And there's an additional $2,500 in state rebates starting next year for vehicles that are valued under $35,000, correct?
Yes.
And you talked briefly with Mr. Sopkin about the vehicle exchange rebate program earlier, and you'd agree that this is valued up to $6,000 for drivers that trade in their old or highly emitting vehicles, right?
Yes, provided they meet the eligibility requirements.
And this trade-in rebate is available at the point of sale, correct?
Yes.
And starting in 2025, the other state, Colorado state rebates will be available at the point of sale, correct?
My understanding of state legislation is that dealerships may opt in to offer the incentive at the point of sale at that date, and that it is not a revision to the framework that currently exists. So it is still an opt-in process.
Okay, but you'd agree that it is going to be available at the point of sale.
I would agree a dealership may elect to offer it at the point of sale.
Okay. So you'd agree that subject to a dealer electing this, both the federal and the state EV rebates will be available at the point of sale during the TEP period that we're talking about today.
I would give a similar answer as I did to Mr. Sopkin, where I agree that that possibility may occur. I don't have information today to understand how readily dealers may avail themselves of that opportunity.
Okay, but you would agree that this opportunity will become available during the TEP period that we're talking about?
That would occur during the 2024 to 2026 TEP period.
Great, thank you. Now you also mentioned the state bill, which among other things led to the statute's tax code authorizing customers to stack their EV rebates, right?
Yes, House Bill 1272.
Yes, that is the one. Thank you. Now, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 402. And if we could scroll down to the top of page 3. I think that this little chart is going to be very useful for me, so I would like to have it on the screen. Mr. K, we've talked a lot about all of these different rebates that are going to become available, and I'd like to talk through an additional issue with you. And bear with me, we might have to do a little bit of math, but I promise it won't be too painful. Let's assume that a driver and a vehicle satisfy all of the rebate requirements that we've talked about. You know, the income level, they buy a new EV less than 35,000, federal requirements, they trade in their vehicle, all of those. Now, let's assume the individual purchases the EV starting next year in 2024. This individual would be eligible for a federal tax credit at the time of purchase of $7,500, right?
That is dependent on the price of the vehicle and whether the vehicle was eligible for the full value of the federal tax credit.
Let's assume that the vehicle does meet those standards. They would be eligible for the $7,500, correct?
I believe under the hypothetical circumstances you noted, yes.
Okay. Now, as we just discussed, they'd be, let's assume they're trading in an old vehicle. So they would also be eligible for $6,000 in state funds for this at the point of sale, right?
Provided they met the income and vehicle requirements of the program for Vehicle Exchange Colorado, yes.
And this would lower the purchase price at the time of sale by $13,500. Does my math check out on that?
Yes, for a new vehicle.
For a new vehicle. And on top of this, a customer could claim another $7,500, $5,000 for the state rebate, $2,500 for the additional credit for buying a car under $35,000. And you'd agree with me that this would bring the total cost the purchaser is not paying to $21,000 before utility intervention, correct?
Under all of the specific circumstances that we have walked through, a customer that met each of those income and vehicle eligibility requirements could potentially capture that value. Yes.
Now let's assume that CEO's electric vehicle rebate in Black Hills' territory is approved. That's $5,500 for a new EV. And now this same purchaser has $26,500 of the purchase covered by other parties. Does my math check out on that?
They would receive that value in upfront cost reductions. I'm not certain exactly who you mean by other parties.
Well, we just talked about the federal government providing a tax incentive, the state government providing one, and let's assume that Black Hills territory gets the EV rebate as well from the utility. Those are three different parties, let's say, that are providing tax incentives for this vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. Now, on Tuesday, Mr. Banis asked company witness Harrington about the vehicle, the Nissan Leaf. Do you recall that conversation?
I do.
And he was discussing this to show that not all electric vehicles are luxury vehicles. A Nissan Leaf is approximately priced at about $29,000. Does that sound about right? Or will you assume that that sounds about right?
For this example, I will agree to that. I have not verified the price.
Understandable. So let's talk about our hypothetical individual that is eligible for all of these tax credits. They purchased this Nissan Leaf. They're walking out of the dealership with a brand new car that only cost them $2,500. Right?
Under the specific scenario where a customer could meet all of those collective requirements for eligibility for the incentives, I agree that mathematically that would leave $2,500.
Is it CEO's belief that Black Hills' role is to use ratepayer funds to make an electric vehicle cost less than $3,000?
It's the Energy Office's position that, consistent with Senate Bill 77 enacted in 2019, utilities such as Black Hills and Public Service Company of Colorado provide an important role in complementing efforts to reduce emissions from the largest source of emissions in the state, the transportation sector, and that is through maximizing transportation electrification through widespread vehicle adoption. In particular, the statute notes that low and moderate income customers are an important segment of Colorado's population to include in that transportation electrification effort, and that they should also access the benefits to transportation electrification, which include the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, improvements in air quality, general ratepayer benefits such as increased electricity sales, providing downward pressure on rates, and integrating renewable energy. And specifically, as it relates to the EV rebate for Black Hills service territory, the Energy Office's priorities in this proceeding that I noted in my answer testimony with Mr. Sopkin are that upfront costs of vehicles, which are one of three key transportation electrification barriers, can be minimized or reduced, in particular for income qualified households, that customer experience is prioritized and improved through streamlined rebate processes for customers, and that specifically in environmental justice and equity policy directives are also realized through funding of incentives and programs for income qualified households.
Thank you, Mr. K. I don't believe that I heard a yes or no answer on whether CEO thinks that an EV should cost less than $3,000.
CEO has not identified a specific dollar value for a vehicle price.
Is there any limit at which CEO thinks available incentives are sufficient and do not need to be any higher?
I'm not aware that we've currently identified a specific dollar value associated with that.
Have you established a certain percentage value of the vehicle that would be sufficient for CEO?
No, given the differing eligibility requirements, our interest in supporting the EV rebate has been in trying to maximize opportunities for income qualified households to reduce the upfront cost of a vehicle.
Do you think that rebates should cover 90% of the vehicle?
We have not identified a specific percentage.
Okay, thank you, Mr. K. I have a couple more questions for you. And right now I'd like to pull up what has been marked as hearing exhibit 406 in staff's box. And we'll stay on this first page. Actually, can we move to the bottom of the page? Thank you. That is perfect. Mr. K, I'd like to follow up with a prior discussion that we had about the TEPA requirements and expenses. Could you please let us know where the TEPA expenses were offset by EV revenues?
I do not see them listed here, and I think my previous statement as I was confusing the calculation of the retail rate impact cap with the calculation of the TEP rider.
So you would revisit your prior statement?
Yes.
Okay, we can go ahead and take this exhibit down. And I just have a couple more questions for you, Mr. K. I would like to follow up on a conversation that you had with Mr. Sopkin earlier. And this relates to the state vehicle exchange program. Now, this program offers a rebate for used electric vehicle purchases, and that credit is $4,000, correct?
Yes.
And as we discussed earlier today, this $4,000 is available at the point of sale when an individual trades their vehicle in, right?
Yes, provided it's an eligible vehicle being traded in and purchased.
Absolutely. Now, we've also discussed that the federal rebate of $4,000 will be eligible at the point of sale in 2024, correct?
There is a $4,000 credit for eligible vehicles by the federal government. I would reiterate that the point of sale aspect is an opt-in aspect and not a universal way of accessing the tax credit.
Certainly. I think that we have established that as well, but you'd agree that these rebates can be stacked, meaning that a customer is eligible for both of them.
Yes.
And if an individual meets the low income threshold, they trade in an eligible vehicle, they would be eligible for $8,000 in rebate incentives.
Yes.
And you'd agree that if a dealership opts in, that this customer would be eligible for the $8,000 of a used EV at the time of purchase, correct?
Yes, but again, the caveats around eligibility, yes.
Okay, let me just check on my notes, but I think that those were all of my questions. Okay, I think that's all that I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. K.
All right, before we move to redirect, I've got some questions for you. And Mr. Gay, if you think of another witness, another CEO witness is better suited to answer any of my questions, just go ahead and let me know. That's not a problem. I'll just make a note of it. Okay. The first thing I'm hoping to get clarified has to do with what CEO opposes and no longer opposes based upon some of the changes that were discussed yesterday during Mr. Harrington's testimony. And you talked about this at the very beginning of your testimony. Mr. Banis asked you about that. And based on my notes, hopefully I have this written down correctly. CEO no longer opposes paragraph 43, small Roman numeral I, and paragraph 44 of the settlement agreement. Did I get that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then I think you were also, you also testified that you wanted to make it clear that CEO still opposes paragraph 43, small Roman numeral 2 and 3. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So what I want to follow up on then is paragraph 43, small Roman numeral 2. And so we might want it up for context. So let's go ahead and pull up Hearing Exhibit 109. And let me see if I can just get to that page number. Let's go to page 16. All right. As soon as we get that up, there we go. So it's that paragraph, Roman 43, small Roman numeral 2, or I, double I, is on the screen right now here on the top of the screen on page 16, which is the income qualified e-bike pilot details. And as I understood, CEO may have had essentially 2 objections to the e-bike pilot program. And I believe one of the objections essentially had to do with needing some clarification that amounts used and unused during 1 year of the plan can be rolled over to other years of the plan. Is that right?
That is right. And Mr. Harrington did resolve that confusion on Tuesday.
Okay, so that objection goes away. That CEO objection goes away now. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then I think that the second objection, if I'm understanding CEO's settlement testimony correctly, is that it's not being offered as an upfront point of sale rebate. Is that correct? Am I understanding that objection correctly?
More specifically, Your Honor, that the program would be developed and designed as a after purchase rebate, and then the company would begin to work with the Energy Office around modifying that program to a point of sale rebate at some point over the course of the TEP is where our concern lies, and Ms. Carrie Attia would be able to provide additional rationale on that perspective.
I'm not sure I need more rationale. What might be helpful, and you can let me know if she'd be better suited to answer that, is just whether CEO believes it's even feasible for the company to immediately develop this as a point of sale program. And I understand that both the company has expressed its willingness to work with CEO on that, and CEO has expressed its willingness to assist. Just given that CEO has experience doing this type of point of sale rebate, I'm just wondering, how feasible is it for them to convert this to a point of sale rebate immediately upon launching?
CEO believes it is feasible, and specifically that when developing a new program and understanding how it would be implemented and operated, we believe it is most cost efficient and time efficient to design it as it's intended to operate. And so in that instance, as a point of sale rebate, my referral to Ms. Carrie Attia is really to provide her perspective as a member of CEO's transportation program staff, and as an individual who helps implement some of CEO's transportation programs. I think she would be able to provide additional detail as to why how this is possible and most cost efficient.
Okay, wonderful. Then I'm just going to make a note to follow up, because I think you've cued in on what my next set of questions would be, which is what would it entail to get that kind of a program set up. So I'll hold those questions for her then. So something else that you testified to today, and I'm sorry I don't recall who was asking you these questions. Why don't we go ahead and take down hearing exhibit 109. We can always go back to it if we need to. So as I understand it, a CEO's position on as it pertains to the IQ EV purchase rebate and the multifamily housing grant program, CEO would essentially take the position that that grant program should not take the place of the IQ EV purchase rebate program. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
So if push came to shove, CEO would say, let's do the EV purchase rebate and not the multifamily housing grant program.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's for a number of reasons. To one that I spoke to just a second ago, the company has spent considerable time and effort in designing and developing the EV purchase rebate, and albeit it has not been offered as a point of sale incentive, that is a process that the Energy Office is interested in collaborating with Black Hills on as to how it can take that existing program and existing incentive and offer it at the point of sale, and believes that's a more efficient route from a cost perspective than standing up a brand new multifamily program. And as is noted in Ms. Attia's testimony, the multifamily housing sector in particular is a particularly challenging sector from a programmatic design and implementation perspective.
Okay, that's helpful, because that was really going to be my next, sort of along the lines of my next question for you, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it so you can add anything more. I really would like to understand then, why are EV purchase rebates better or potentially more effective for engaging and encouraging electrification among IQ customers than this, what I would call pretty creative multifamily housing grant program that's going to attempt to target, I guess, larger populations of income qualified customers through multifamily housing. So why is the EV purchase program better than the grant program?
Certainly, I did already speak to, from a time and efficiency standpoint of Black Hills administration, the benefit of maintaining an existing program. I'd note that on page 47 of my answer testimony, I list some of the Energy Office's principles for this proceeding. And one of those is around offering a relatively limited set of programs that are intended to address the three key barriers of transportation electrification. Those are barriers that the Energy Office believes are widely recognized barriers. They include lack of consumer education and awareness, access to charging, and upfront costs of an electric vehicle purchase. As was discussed on Tuesday, some of the rationale for the EV rebate is its unique aspect in providing upfront cost reductions for vehicles in relation to Black Hills's portfolio of programs. And that is one aspect of support for the EV rebate overall, based on some of the Energy Office's other recommendations that have been adopted by Black Hills. There is a higher dollar value incentive for income qualified multifamily housing that is accessing electric vehicle supply equipment. And that, my understanding is that incentive is also possible to combine with other programs that the state offers, such as the Charge Ahead Colorado program. And so it is not, the proposed grant pilot is not the only solution to addressing the installation of EV charging in the multifamily sector. And then, I think I'll end at that comment. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. That gives me a little bit more information on CO's position. But I just have to say, the thing that I'm kind of stuck on is just it's sheer numbers of how many people can benefit from the EV purchase rebate program versus the potential for a lot more people benefiting from, say, the multifamily housing grant program. And I'm just wondering if there's anything you can tell me that might address that concern.
Yes, Your Honor. I think I would speak to both the size of the EV rebate and its size relative to the multifamily pilot. On the former, a consideration that the Energy Office has been balancing throughout this proceeding is the relative suite of programs and the relative size of the TEP, given Black Hills's unique service territory and customer base. And our recommendation for maintaining the EV rebate, but at a $70,000 budget, is consistent with those considerations. As I discussed earlier, the proposed participation level for the EV rebate could be 23 customers. And, we believe that's relatively consistent with other TEP programs, which have a relatively small number of target participants and corresponding relatively small budgets. So, for example, the income qualified EVSE rebate has a target of 10 participants per year. The EVSE rebate for direct current fast chargers also is 10 rebates per year that's anticipated. The e-bike rebate, as proposed under the settlement agreement, would be 20 participants per year. And the fleet electrification pilot, as proposed under the settlement agreement, has now been doubled to 10 participants a year. And so while 23 is a small number of customers, it's consistent with Black Hills's TEP that a relatively narrow TEP offering would be accessed by each of the respective customers in the TEP. And then to my second comment around in relation to the multifamily budget, I believe the company's direct case proposal for the multifamily pilot would be 3 customers, although Ms. Carriatia may recall differently or have additional comments. I don't believe the Energy Office knows what the target number of participants would be under the settlement proposal, where these funds would be used as matching funds. And so I can't provide a direct comparison there.
Okay, and I that's a really helpful answer, but I just kind of want to see if you would agree with me that a rebate that is given to help put in infrastructure, like charging infrastructure, could potentially benefit more than just the entity or the individual who receives that rebate. Would you agree with that? If putting the infrastructure in place could benefit more than just the person who received the rebate?
I think if it's around physical access to that infrastructure, I think it depends whether it is a private access or public access. So
Sure.
for example, if it is in a multifamily dwelling that has restricted access to parking, if multiple households or multiple individuals had electric vehicles, it is possible that they may be able to share that charging. I don't have a sense of the likelihood of that occurring relative to one customer accessing that charging. But I think Senate Bill 77 references a number of benefits from transportation electrification. And I think under that framework, there is not a distinction between chargers and vehicles, and that both are required for transportation electrification.
Sure, but say if it is, there's a rebate for a fast charging station that's open to the public, that would allow more members of the public in Black Hills service territory to have access to that infrastructure and to use it and to benefit it.
I think a fast charging station, yes, Ms. Carrie Attia spoke to this recommendation in her testimony more directly, and so I am not certain whether there is fast charging installed under the multifamily grant pilot, and she may be able to answer that question.
Okay, thanks. And then one of CEO's other budget objections was that there was no money specifically dedicated in the communication and outreach budget to community-based organizations. And I believe during your testimony here today, you said that CEO would want at minimum $100,000 dedicated to community-based organizations. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is our position. And I would note that Ms. Carrie Attia is our witness in general on communications and outreach. And so I may have to refer more subsequent questions to her.
Okay. And I'm sure I will have some. So if I ask those, you can just let me know if she'd be the better witness. But just generally, I want to make sure I understood correctly. That $100,000 is not an annual amount CEO is recommending. Is it the total amount for the entire 3-year plan?
Correct, Your Honor. It's a total value.
Okay. So this might be a question for Ms. Attia, you can let me know, but I'm just wondering from CEO's perspective, what benefits would Black Hills customers receive through an additional $100,000 or a shifted $100,000 toward community-based organizations that they could not receive under the current proposed budget allocation for community and education outreach?
Respectfully, I would refer that question to
Okay.
Ms. Attia, Your Honor.
Great. I will make a note. And I have a few more questions along these lines. Would you also refer those to Ms. Akia?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Hold on just one moment here. Oh, just going back to our discussion about the EV purchase rebate in the CEO's position. I'm just wondering, what would CEO's position be on an IQ EV purchase rebate amount of $1,000 that would be the same regardless of whether it's for a new or used vehicle? Which this would spread those rebate dollars to potentially more of Black Hills customers. What would CEO's position be on that?
With the understanding that our answer testimony recommendation remains our primary recommendation, the Energy Office would still support a EV rebate at a lower dollar value if that, provided that $70,000 budget was maintained.
Who would be the best witness to ask about the vehicle exchange program and CEO's role in that?
That would be Ms. Carrie Attia, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, then I will make a note to ask her about that. Let me just run through here my notes to make sure I've captured everything. Right, that's all I have. Mr. Bienes, do you have some redirect?
I do. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Durkay, I've got hopefully just a few for you. Stackability is the first thing that I want to talk about. That was talked about a bunch this morning. Why is stackability of rebates important?
As I've mentioned already, that the Energy Office's interest in an EV rebate is to reduce the upfront purchase price of a vehicle, and the opportunity to maximize reductions for income qualified households through stackability is important to the Energy Office. It is state law that permits incentives to be stacked together, and so it really is. Our recommendation is intended to be consistent with state law, and in particular, I discussed with a number of witnesses that there are a large number of eligibility requirements for all of the incentives available, and so the Energy Office believes it's highly unlikely that there could be a scenario where all incentives are stacked together and accessible. And so the incentives that a customer could qualify for should be stacked to maximize that benefit.
Let's unpack that a little more. Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 402? Thank you. And could we scroll down? I think it's the next page where we see the budget, but I could be wrong. Can we scroll down to the page that has the budget? Maybe keep scrolling. There we go. Thank you. And awesome. Perfect. Thank you. We've talked a lot this morning. You've talked a lot this morning with the other attorneys about, some hypotheticals about a person meeting this $26,500 number.
Yes, I did.
So I think what I want to do is just talk about each of those qualifications a little more. I think you're reluctant to answer the hypotheticals because of all the qualifications. I'd like to ask you about them. So for the US EV tax credit, this first line here, what restrictions are placed upon it?
Certainly. So I spend a bit of time speaking already around restrictions on when it could be accessed by a customer. I think it's also important to note that there are income restrictions as to who's eligible for that incentive based on the size of the household. There is also a restriction on the MSRP of the vehicle. And I think most importantly, there are restrictions around the type of vehicle that's eligible. So in the Inflation Reduction Act, when the tax credit was revised, the eligibility for vehicles was also revised. And that is available through two tranches of eligibility. The first, which is up to half of the value of the tax credit, relates to vehicle assembly requirements, and that the vehicle must meet domestic assembly requirements to be eligible for that incentive. The second tranche relates to batteries, and I understand it as both battery components and battery assemblage must meet domestic sourcing requirements. And so if there is a vehicle where neither of those requirements are currently met, that vehicle is not eligible for a tax credit. And similarly, if only one of those requirements is met, then a vehicle is only eligible for $3,750 of the tax credit. And then, last, I would note that the value of the tax credit is currently assessed against an individual's tax liability. And so if an eligible individual buys an eligible vehicle that meets the domestic assembly and battery assembly requirements for a $7,500 tax credit, but that individual only owes $4,000 in tax credits, they would only receive a $4,000 tax credit. And so it is very exciting that this tax credit is available and has increased, but it certainly involves a number of different circumstances that need to be met for the full value of it to be captured.
Turning to Ms. McLaughlin's hypothetical, do you know whether a Nissan Leaf is available, can receive the full $7,500 tax credit?
I don't believe it is eligible. And in fact, I believe that most vehicles currently cannot access the full value of that tax credit.
Thank you. You just mentioned that you need to meet a certain income threshold in order to get that full tax credit. So I'm going to jump down to line number 3 here, the Colorado low cost. I'm sorry, I'm going to jump down to the Colorado EV tax credit, I guess. Do you know what the qualifications are on that tax credit on line number 2 here?
Yes, so for that tax credit, there are not income restrictions. So all Coloradans would be eligible for that tax credit. There is an MSRP cap on eligible vehicles. And one distinction from the federal tax credit is that the state tax credit only applies to new vehicle purchases.
Okay. And then the next line here, the Colorado low cost EV tax credit.
Yes, and I apologize. Should I speak to the eligibility requirements?
Yes, please. Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you. And I would note this article states it's not currently available, that it will become available. And the intention is really to provide an additional incentive for lower cost EVs to help entice customers who may not be able to afford more expensive vehicles to purchase an electric vehicle. And so because of that, there is a MSRP cap on eligibility for that tax credit. And similar to the existing state tax credit, it is only available for new vehicles.
Thank you. And with the vehicle exchange vehicles, what are the conditions placed upon receiving that credit?
Yes, so there are income restrictions that I believe I mentioned earlier, where household must be below 80% of area median income, which is calculated by both the county where an individual lives and the size of their household. Then there is a MSRP cap on eligible vehicles. And then the program has requirements that I believe Mr. Sopkin referenced what hearing exhibit lists those, but an individual must have an eligible high emitting vehicle that they then surrender under that program to replace it with either a new or used electric vehicle.
Okay, and then moving down to the utility rebate here. This refers to Excel, obviously, but it's the same as we're talking about here in the Black Hills TEP. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And specifically that the dynamics of that rebate are the same for both Excel and Black Hills, where it cannot be combined with a tax credit currently.
Okay. Just looking through my notes here. Did CEO propose a limited total budget for the EV rebate?
Yes, and again, that budget is meant to balance improving access to electric vehicles for customers while balancing Black Hills' unique service territory. And so that maximum budget is $70,000.
And you talked with Ms. McLaughlin about the hypothetical where a person might buy a certain vehicle and only have to pay $2,500 for it or something. How likely is that to happen, do you think?
I think that a scenario where an individual were able to capture all incentives at once is very unlikely. I think, importantly in this article, it provides a request for individuals who do actually qualify for all incentives to contact the news source so that they can be highlighted in a story. And my understanding is that's because the article recognizes it's a relatively rare type of customer that would meet these 5 income, price-based, and vehicle eligibility requirements in order to receive this maximum value.
You talked a little earlier about whether or not Colorado is on track to meet its EV adoption goal.
Yes.
I think your testimony was that we are on track. Is that right?
I think based on where we are today, that is correct. But importantly, we're still 7 years away from our 2030 goal, and the policy environment could change quite a bit in those 7 years. And so maintaining the current trajectory and current path to achieving that goal is dependent on a number of different circumstances, continuing or transportation electrification, investment growing.
How would removing vehicle purchase incentives affect that trajectory?
Removing a utility EV rebate under Black Hills's TEP, I think would be most detrimental to the income qualified Coloradans who would have a upfront cost burden that has not been reduced as much. I think my comment around the trajectory towards Colorado's light vehicle goal is really reflective of as the state as a whole. And I think it's been discussed on Tuesday how EV adoption in Black Hills service territory is below the statewide average, and similarly, adoption from lower income households is also lower than state average. And so this incentive specifically focuses on Black Hills' most vulnerable customers, which is important to both the energy offices and the state's goals for vehicle adoption, which is making sure that they are accessible and accessed by all Coloradans, especially lower income households.
Thank you for that. I think I just have maybe one more set of questions here. Do you view the EV rebate and the MFH grant program as complementary strategies? I'm sorry, the multifamily housing grant program.
Thank you for spelling that out. I think that they are complementary, which is why the Energy Office noted in its settlement testimony that if both were to be approved, the Energy Office supported the framework for the multifamily pilot in the settlement agreement relative to direct testimony.
You talked a little bit about this, but I want to give you the opportunity to say a little more if you have anything more to say. How do customers benefit from, how do customers who aren't buying an EV benefit from the EV rebate program, beyond the individual who's buying the EV?
Yes, as I noted previously, the transportation sector is the largest source of emissions in the state, and that emissions has real impacts to all Coloradans, from air quality to their health, to other considerations. And Senate Bill 77 recognizes that transportation electrification provides benefits to a broad suite of entities, a broad suite of individuals, not just only an individual that may directly access a rebate. And those benefits include a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, improvements to air quality, increased integration of renewable energy, and also increased electricity sales from transportation electrification provide downward pressure on rates, which Black Hills has demonstrated in its direct case attachments that will be occurring under the TEP. I think another benefit that I would also highlight is increased electric vehicle adoption can provide a source of reliable transportation to individuals, and quality of life, access to services, and medical and food needs are dependent on reliable transportation as well. And so that this can provide a large number of tangible and intangible benefits to Black Hills' customers.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kay, thank you for your testimony. That will conclude your testimony for now, though I don't make any promises that you won't be needed again during the course of this hearing.
Thank you.
All right, is CEO ready to call its next witness?
We are, Your Honor. CEO calls Carrie Attia.
Hi there, Ms. Attia. If you could, raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Carrie Attia, Carrie Attiyeeh.
All right. Before we get started on your testimony, I just want to give you a couple of advisements. First is that you are not permitted to receive help from anybody during the course of your testimony. with your testimony itself. And you are not permitted to look at any documents unless you are directed to do so or authorized to do so by counsel or by me. However, if counsel or I direct you to a document and you have a paper copy of it with you, you can certainly look at the paper copy. Right, do you understand those advisements?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Vanis, I will hand the witness over to you to get introduced.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Atia. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Great. Are you or can you state where you're employed and in what capacity?
I'm the Associate Director for Transportation Fuels and Technology at the Colorado Energy Office.
Thank you. And are you the Carrie Atia that caused to be filed answer testimony in this case, labeled hearing exhibit 501?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions this morning as you answered in that written testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your witness is available for cross-examination. Thanks.
I see Ms. Otterbeck has got her video on and is unmuted. So Ms. Otterbeck, will you be handling cross-examination on behalf of Black Hills?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, proceed when you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Atia. I'm Katie Otterbeck with the law firm of Wilkinson Barker Nauer, representing Black Hills. How are you this morning?
I'm well, thank you.
I just want to follow up with you on some of my co-counsel's questions for Mr. K about the vehicle exchange program that you referred to. And first, I understand from Mr. K's testimony that it's a requirement for the vehicle exchange program that dealerships offer rebates at the point of sale. Is that right?
That is, it's a requirement of any enrolled and participating dealership in the Vehicle Exchange Colorado to offer those rebates at the point of sale.
Okay, and CEO works with the dealerships on how to facilitate that program so that the rebates will be offered at the point of sale. And for administration of the program, CEO employs a third-party administrator. Is that right?
That is correct. We have a third-party administrator who is administering both the e-bike program as well as the Vehicle Exchange Colorado program.
Okay, thank you. I also heard that the cost for the third-party administrator for the program, which includes the service of verifying income eligibility for the point of sale rebates, is 8% of the value of rebates captured. Is that right?
I apologize. Can you all hear me? My unstable.
You're going in and out. I can't hear you well.
I'm not sure if we've lost her. She seems frozen.
And I did not hear the full question.
Ms. Atia, you are, we got very little of what you just said. I think you're probably trying to say your internet's unstable. If that's the case, why don't you try turning off your video? I mean, as much as we prefer to have that, that might help us with your internet connection. So why don't we try that, and then Ms. Otterbeck can repeat her question.
Your Honor, I can hear you. I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think we've got you. I guess we could try again. Ms. Otterbeck, why don't you go ahead and repeat the question? And if we have another problem hearing Ms. Atia, we can try that other option of turning the camera off.
Okay, thank you.
So to repeat my question, I understand from Ms. Sturkey's testimony that the cost for the third-party administrator for this program, which includes the service of verifying income eligibility for the rebates, is 8% of the value of the rebates captured. Is that right?
Ms. Atia, I think that you're frozen again. Would you like to try turning your camera off?
I'm very sorry. Everything has worked fine for me this morning. This timing is obviously not ideal. Is it okay if I have my camera off?
It's okay with me, and I believe the judge said so too. Thank you.
Are you able to repeat
Yes, I can repeat the question. Can you hear me okay?
the question again? I recognize it was part of the third year.
You know, another option we can try, because even with her camera off, she's cutting in and out. There is information in the invite that was sent out, the email that was sent out this morning for our Zoom session that has phone numbers and the meeting ID. So the other option is she can certainly call in. At least that way we won't have an internet issue.
I agree, Your Honor. I'm not sure if we can get that information to her without giving her a call ourselves. If you're okay with that, we will call her and suggest that she does that.
Okay, why don't we just take about a 5-minute recess so we can try to sort that out. We'll be back on the record at 11:37 approximately.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before we go back on the record, I just want to check in with Mr. Banis to see if he's managed to work with his witness on our technical issue.
I think we're 95% of the way there, Your Honor. We've gotten her the number and she's in the process of typing it in.
Okay. And another thing that is also something that I've seen parties do, which is they connect to the Zoom session on the computer, but do not connect on audio, and instead just connect audio via call in separately. So we've got whatever we can see of her face on the screen, but the audio would come through the phone. So that's an additional option, though. Of course, if she's freezing up on the screen, I'm not sure what great benefit we get out of that, but I just thought I'd throw that out there as well.
Yeah, I'd prefer to see her also.
Yeah.
Hello,
We can
Your Honor,
certainly
this is
suggest when she gets
Atia.
on. Oh,
There we go.
is that you, Miss Atia?
Yes, it is. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get my computer restarted so that I can rejoin the meeting. I sincerely apologize.
That's okay. We're not back on the record yet, but we will be in just a moment. And Miss Atia, I was suggesting the possibility that if you were connected via the online Zoom session, you could just not connect to the audio, and then that way the audio would only come through your phone. So that's an option we can try, and we could have your face on the screen until you freeze up.
Okay.
I think she's trying to restart her computer right now, if
Okay.
I understand all the chats that are popping up to me.
All right, well, we'll just hold on here for another minute or two. Ms. Atia, we'll just wait for you to let us know, and then we'll go back on the record at that point.
This is like icing the
Thank you,
kicker.
Your Honor.
Honestly, this is, in terms of technical issues, this is a pretty minor one. We'll work through it.
Agreed. Your Honor, I don't know if I need to say this on the record or not, but I'll ask you, based on what we just talked about, CEO will waive the few minutes we asked to cross-examine Mr. Hagland.
Yeah, I think that does need to go on the record. So, Harriet, are you there and ready to go back on the record?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So we'll go back on the record, and Mr. Banis, if you'll go ahead and just repeat that so we get it on the record.
Happy to, yeah.
Go ahead.
Are we on the record now? Okay.
Yeah, we're back on the record, yes.
Thank you. CEO will waive its cross-examination of staff witness Hagland.
Thank you. I've made a note of that.
Your Honor, I'm continuing to have difficulty reestablishing my internet connection.
Okay, well, I think we've given it about 10 minutes to try to resolve that. And at this point, I think it would be best if we just moved on. We can all hear you. Can you hear us? Ms. Atia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay. All right. Why don't we go ahead and continue? Ms. Otterbeck, I would suggest that you re-ask that last question that you tried to ask, I think about 3 times. Let's pick back up where you left off.
I think you're right, Your Honor, and I will try to break it down because it feels like maybe its length is bad luck. Ms. Atia, I wanted to talk about the third-party administrator that's responsible for the vehicle exchange program. And I think Mr. K indicated that the third-party administrator is responsible for verifying income eligibility for the vehicle exchange program. Is that right?
That is correct. That is one of their numerous responsibilities and tasks associated with vehicle exchange, but that is one of them, correct.
Thank you. And the cost for the third-party administrator for the program, I believe Mr. K said, is 8% of the value of rebates captured. Is that right?
The fee that is paid to the third-party administrator is 7%, with the ability to offer an additional 1% to a total of 8% based on achieving certain KPI metrics.
Certain KPI metrics, did you say? Can you explain what that acronym is?
The performance indicators.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so so the fee can be up to 8% of the value of the rebates captured.
That is correct.
Okay, so for the $4,000, and this is just some math. So for a $4,000 for used car rebate, $320 of that rebate could go towards the third-party administrator. Is that right?
That sounds correct. I don't have a calculator right in front of me, but yes, that sounds correct.
Okay, thank you. And is there a cap on the number of rebates that may be awarded on an annual basis or on another basis?
Can you clarify a cap or what you mean in the sense of a cap?
Is there a limitation on the number of rebates that can be awarded through the vehicle exchange program on an annual basis or another basis?
So at this point in time, the Vehicle Exchange Colorado program has a budget for this current state fiscal year of $2.4 million. We recently just increased that budget, and we believe that that budget will be able to meet demand associated for the program. The budget is reassessed on an annual basis.
Okay. And then I just have a question about the vehicles that qualify for the exchange. I think I heard Mr. K say that high emitting vehicles or vehicles that are 12 years or older qualify for the exchange. Is that right?
That is correct. There are 2 ways that an eligible applicant's vehicle can qualify, either meeting that 12-year mark or if that vehicle fails an emissions test.
Okay, thank you. So, so a person could exchange their used or high emitting vehicle for a Chevy Bolt, for instance, which has an MSRP value of $27,800, but not for a Nissan Leaf. Is that right?
An eligible applicant who meets the income qualifications for the Vehicle Exchange Colorado program and whose vehicle also meets the eligibility requirements, they will receive a rebate for a new or used electric vehicle. That new vehicle has to have an MSRP of $80,000 or less, and for a used electric vehicle of $50,000 or less.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to come back to the total budget for the vehicle exchange program. You said that the total budget for the program was recently increased from $2.4 million to what is now the budget for that program?
The original budget for the program was $2 million, and it has recently been increased by $400,000 for a fiscal year budget at this point in time of $2,400,000.
Okay, thank you. And then is there an expected number, or rather, under the program, is there an expected number of rebates that will be awarded annually?
That will depend on the number of rebates that are redeemed for a used vehicle for $4,000 or a new vehicle at $6,000. So it's hard to predict the actual number based on whether that eligible applicant chooses to redeem a rebate for a new or used electric vehicle.
Sure, I understand that. Could you just maybe try to create a hypothetical where, 75% of the rebates are used for used vehicles? How many rebates would CEO expect to hand out annually? If you would just engage in that exercise with me.
Am I permitted to use a calculator, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So the question was, with the $2,400,000 budget, if 75% of those were for used vehicles at the $4,000 value, was that correct?
Yes, that's right. I'm trying to get a sense of how many rebates CEO expects to issue annually.
I need to do some additional math, but based on the $2,400,000 budget and the rebate values of either $4,000 for a used vehicle or $6,000 for a new vehicle, that would equate to anywhere between approximately 400 and 600 rebates in total issued. I'm admittedly not the best at the calculation to figure out that 75%. I would need a few more moments to figure that out, please.
Okay, sure.
And Your Honor, I do appear now to be reconnected to my internet connection. Would you like me to continue here on the phone, or would you like me to try and resume at this point or a later point in time in questioning to rejoin the Zoom conference?
I think we need to keep you on the phone, but if you're able to connect to the video, go ahead and do that. And what you'll need to do is not connect your audio. When you go onto the internet, you'll have the option of not connecting via audio. So don't connect via audio, and then also make sure you mute your microphone completely so we don't get an echo. This might enable us to at least see you on the screen, but hear you through your phone.
Okay. Are you now able to see me and hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank
Okay.
you.
So I believe for 75% for used vehicles based on the budget of $2.4 million, that would equate to approximately 450 rebates issued. I've done the math very quickly, so I hope that that's accurate, but that's what I've determined.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Ms. Atia. My final question is, I guess, just going back to the 8% or the possible 8% fee associated with the third party administrator of the program. I asked you about how much the third party administrator could receive for a used vehicle, but for a new vehicle, is it right that the rebate is $6,000 towards a new vehicle? That's my first question.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so then the fee for the third-party administrator could mean that for new vehicles, the third-party administrator receives $480 for each rebate for new vehicles.
That sounds correct. I haven't done the exact calculation.
Okay, thank you. Because I guess what I'm getting at there is it sounds like the $2.4 million budget goes entirely towards rebates, such that the cost of the third-party administrator is in addition to that and separate from that budget. Is that right?
No, the $2.4 million includes the 8% administration fee for that third-party vendor.
Okay. That is all of my questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Ms. Atia.
Thank you.
All right, we've got about 5 minutes before noon, which is typically when I want to take our lunch break. I'm not sure if it makes sense to start staff's cross-examination, but let me just see who we've got for staff. Ms. Roach, what's your thinking? Should we just recess a few minutes earlier, or do you want to get started?
It seems like maybe recessing would be more appropriate. I don't think I can get through my cross in 5 minutes.
I thought so. All right, well, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess a few minutes early. And hopefully, you know, Ms. Atia, we're going to need you back after the lunch break, and hopefully some of these technical issues will have been resolved by then. We will be in recess until 1 o'clock. And I'll again remind everybody that the webcast will continue, as will the recording. So make sure you mute all of your microphones. All right, we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. Before I officially recall our case, let me just check in with my court reporter. Harriet, are you there and are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right. So I believe that where we last left off, staff was going to begin cross-examination of Ms. Atia.
Thank you, Your Honor. So good afternoon, Ms. Atia. My name is Christine Roach. I'm the Assistant Attorney General that is representing trial staff. And I have questions on just two topics today. So you are CEO's expert on communications and education efforts for this proceeding, right?
Correct.
And in answer testimony, you provided a detailed budget and breakdown of activities you are proposing for Black Hills communication and education efforts, correct?
Correct.
So let's call that the CEO communications budget. Now, would you agree that this budget and CEO's plan was mostly adopted in settlement almost entirely?
The correct. The budget that was outlined in my answer testimony was ultimately adopted, but CEO did not support that particular paragraph of the settlement agreement.
And you would say, though, that the budget you proposed in your answer testimony was reasonable, correct?
The budget was the same as what the company originally proposed in its direct filing. Our recommendations were related to the allocation of those budgets over the course of the 3 years, but the total amount remained the same.
So with those reallocations, though, that was reasonable in your opinion, that final outcome?
The budget was the same as what was originally proposed by the company, yes.
So like you said, this was all the same categories as Black Hills' original proposal. And the only changes, though, that CEO made was that reallocation.
That is correct.
Between line items. Okay. So the total, like you just said, came to $588,500 for CEO's communications budget, which is the same as a settlement. So let's talk about some of those proposals for communications and outreach from your answer testimony. The first thing CEO proposed was that budgets be generally lower for 2024 and higher in subsequent years, correct?
That is correct.
And the total, though, across all 3 years, regardless of which year it occurred in, for each component remain the same?
I believe so, yes.
And that's exactly what ended up in the settlement agreement, was those component totals also remaining the same, not just the overall total.
That is correct.
Another thing CEO wanted was direct marketing of both e-bike and EV rebates, which CEO was recommending be included in this TEP, correct?
That's correct. We believe it's important that for these particular rebate programs that are dedicated towards income qualified customers, that marketing efforts support those programs specifically.
Now the company agreed, or all the settling parties agreed to market e-bikes, which the settling parties agreed to remain in the TEP only to customers who were likely to qualify, correct?
That is correct.
And CEO also recommended for their communications budget that Black Hills should measure EV awareness in its market research activities for specific types of customers, being female, Spanish speaking, Hispanic, income qualified, or those living in DI communities. That's correct.
Those were the categories that were proposed by the company in its direct filing, and we wanted to ensure that that was reflected in the final marketing and outreach and engagement budget as well.
Okay, and the settlement agreement did agree that the company would keep track of those measurements and report them, correct?
Correct.
And additionally, those would be reported semi-annually instead of the original proposal of annually.
That is correct.
One of CEO's recommendations was also that Black Hills should coordinate with more dealers vehicle dealers so that they were not just in Black Hills service territory, but also surrounding areas, correct?
That is correct. We believe it's important that Black Hills customers have a variety and choice of dealerships that they can work with, who would be enrolled in that program, whether they would be directly in the Black Hills service territory or in nearby locations that Black Hills customers may be looking to purchase an electric vehicle from.
And including all of those different dealers, one recommendation was that specifically Drive Clean Colorado be engaged to help facilitate those partnerships, correct?
There is a specific, could you please pull up the particular budget, just so I'm referring to the correct line item, please?
Yeah, would you like to see your answer testimony budget or the settlement testimony budget? Or the
My
settlement agreement?
My answer testimony, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
can we pull up 501, please? And let's go to page 36. All right, figure CJA2. This was what CEO proposed for the communications budget, correct?
Correct.
So, and then some of these recommendations are subsequent to this table. So the question that I had just asked was including engaging more dealers in a wider geographic area. CEO also recommended working with Drive Clean Colorado to facilitate those relationships. Is that correct?
That recommendation was based on the relationship that was outlined in the company's direct filing to engage and partner with Drive Clean Colorado to help facilitate those relationships.
Right, and the settlement agreement contained both that the company would work with Drive Clean Colorado and that they agreed to that expanded geographic scope for dealership relationships. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, in the settlement agreement, the settling parties agreed that Black Hills would work directly with Drive Clean Colorado and that they would engage with dealers in the wider geographic range that CEO recommended.
That is partially true. However, the company is proposing to do away with its EV rebate program. So we believe that any partnership in coordination with Drive Clean Colorado would, based on CEO's recommendation that the EV rebate continue, also that EV rebate would be a part of that ongoing outreach and engagement and coordination.
Well, let's pull up the settlement agreement and look at that specific provision quickly. That's hearing exhibit 109, page 18, paragraph 49. So this provision says that they're still going to engage with dealers in the dealership engagement plan along the scope that Black Hill or that CEO requested, even though there is no EV rebate in the settlement agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct, that there is no EV rebate included in the settlement. And therefore, we would want to see that the EV rebate, if it were to continue to be a part of this dealership engagement plan.
That's not necessary. It's not necessary, though, that the dealership engagement plan include EV rebates for the company to comply with this provision of the settlement agreement, correct?
The settlement agreement, as you pointed out, and as we've agreed to, does not include the EV rebate, though there are certainly, as we have previously discussed, other programs that we believe Black Hills customers should also be aware of, whether that is state incentives, federal incentives, or other programs.
So one of the other recommendations CEO made in your answer testimony was that Black Hills should ensure that unused portions of the communications budget roll over to the next year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this provision was also included in the settlement agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
So would you agree that CEO laid out a thorough plan, which was adopted in almost its entirety in the settlement agreement?
I would agree that it was adopted almost in its entirety, yes.
So now, in addition to that plan that you proposed in your answer testimony, CEO also now supports EJC's plan to have Black Hills provide an additional $300,000 to community-based organizations. Is that correct?
The Colorado Energy Office believes that support for community-based organizations is an important and valuable investment that should be made as part of this TEP.
And how much should that investment be?
As was discussed by my colleague, Mr. Kay, the Colorado Energy Office has recommended no less than $100,000 over the 3-year term of the 2024 to 2026 TEP.
So if we adopt that minimum that CEO is suggesting, when you add the modified EJC proposal of $100,000 to the budget that you suggested in your answer testimony, now we're looking at a budget of $688,000. Is that correct overall for community outreach?
It may be, however, as also previously discussed by my colleague, Mr. Kay, that 100,000 could be a new incremental cost. It could be in part of the existing communications and engagement budget that is included in the settlement agreement, or it perhaps could come from additional or other sources of funding. So it does not have to be entirely a new incremental cost of $100,000.
Okay, so let's say that the final decision in this proceeding doesn't include any additional funding. Let's pull your table 2 back up. That's 501 at 36. Where should that money come from in the budget that you've proposed?
We believe it could come from several potential different line items that have been outlined here. One of those could be either in whole or in part from the existing community events and sponsorships line. That would be one option, but there are other options that are likely available as well.
So if we accept that $100,000 option, that's approximately 17% of the existing budget in this table, isn't it?
I would have to figure that out exactly, but that sounds approximately correct off the top of my head.
So CEO is proposing that potentially 17% of this budget could go to a line item for which you've laid out no plan.
We believe that it's important to support community-based organizations to be able to engage with and educate the IQ customers that are the specific customers that the company is seeking to participate in its various income qualified programs.
Well, you and I just went through approximately 8 pages of your testimony, providing detailed recommendations for how Black Hills should structure its community communications plan.
Yes.
And now we're suddenly going to take 17% of that plan. Which parts of those recommendations is CEO hoping or thinking that the ultimate decision should dispense with?
Again, we do believe that it can come either in whole or in part from this budget. It could be an additional incremental addition to this budget, or it could potentially come from other communications and education resource allocations that the company may have.
Okay, so let's put it this way. Is there any specific organizations that CEO thinks that the company should partner with to give that funding?
No, CEO does not have any recommendations. We believe that the support for community-based organizations is important, and we would seek to have the company work with the community-based organizations in its service territory to determine which organizations and the ways in which those funds could be expended.
When you say work with the organizations in its service territory, what does that mean to you?
The Energy Office believes that it is important to compensate community-based organizations for the experience and the expertise and the relationships that they have within the service territory and with their community members. Again, it is important to ensure that we have a complementary set of programs and policies and communication and outreach to ensure that these income qualified programs can be successful and support the income qualified customers in the company's service territory.
Were you able to listen to Ms. Rodriguez's testimony yesterday in her conversation with ALJ Mirbaba?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear her discuss how she typically works with community-based organizations?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear Ms. Rodriguez testify that the company would work with any community-based organization through event sponsorships?
We believe that event sponsorships is one component and way to engage with the community. We think that it is also important to ensure that these community-based organizations can be a valued resource to the company to be able to ensure that these income qualified customers are aware of these program offerings, that they have the information that they need and can access the appropriate applications to be able to receive the program funds that the company has dedicated to these income qualified programs.
Okay, and CEO has nowhere in its testimony for any of its witnesses provided a plan for how the company should make decisions about who it supports, how it supports, or in what amount it supports them.
We believe that the best organizations to provide those details and those insights are the community-based organizations that are located within the company's service territory themselves.
So let me unpack that a little bit. So is it CEO's position that the community-based organizations themselves are the ones that should be making decisions about which community-based organizations receive funding?
There are likely a number of different ways that the company could look at allocating those resources, whether it is through a request for proposal, RFP type of scenario for what as one example, where the company puts out a request for community-based organizations to submit proposals that the company could consider that meets the company's goals in terms of communications and engagement and ways in which these community-based organizations can assist in those efforts and be compensated for that work.
So there's no real plan. And if what happens if the CBOs don't agree amongst themselves about how that process should go, if we don't have some framework set up through this proceeding?
A framework would need to be established by the company in terms of how it would intend to allocate those resources and be able to then distribute those resources to community-based organizations.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay, before we go to redirect, I've got some questions for you, Ms. Atia. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So bear with me a moment because I've been taking notes and can't always read my own handwriting. So just give me one moment here. You know, since you were just your cross-examination sort of ended talking about community-based organizations. That seems like a good place for me to pick up. I'm wondering if you can tell me what benefits that Black Hills customers could receive due to funding community-based organizations consistent with CEO's recommendation that they would not or could not receive under the budget as proposed in the settlement agreement.
So I think that it is important to, again, recognize the experience and the expertise that these community-based organizations offer within the community and to the residents that they serve and work with. As has been previously discussed in this hearing, to date, there have been no income qualified applicants to the company's income qualified programs. These are really important programs to be able to ensure that all Black Hills customers are aware of these programs and can apply for and receive the funding that is set out and dedicated for income qualified customers. And so in order to be effective and in order to ensure that these programs can distribute the funds that are being set aside and dedicated to income qualified customers, we believe that these community-based organizations can be able to provide those additional services to be able to make these programs as effective as possible.
What can they do with the dedicated budget line item that cannot be done without a dedicated budget line item?
So I think, one example would be to host an event themselves that is being put on by that community-based organization, where that community-based organization is specifically outreaching to people who are income qualified, who could participate in these programs, and be able to host those events in a location, in a space that they can lead those efforts and invite those specific customers to attend, would be one example.
So you think that under the current proposal in a settlement agreement, that the company could not coordinate with community-based organizations for community-based organizations to host events? Is that what you're saying?
Not entirely. I think that there is an important difference between a community-based organization hosting and serving as the primary point of contact for a program or for engagement efforts that is currently not planned for or anticipated, is my understanding.
Okay, well, I'll just let you know that's not consistent with my understanding based on Mr. Harrington's testimony, that under the current proposal that they could coordinate such events, and a community-based organization could host an event in coordination with the company. To me, the request that CEO is making and that the coalition is making is to dedicate funds specifically to community-based organizations, not necessarily to hosting events or to any particular outreach effort. Is that not your understanding?
I think the distinction here perhaps to be made is that we believe that it is important to compensate these community-based organizations. We believe that while there may be entities and organizations and partnerships that may come forward through a volunteer basis, which was stated in previous testimony, we believe that it is really important to recognize that there is compensation that should be provided to these community-based organizations as a valued partner in the community, and that they should not be expected to volunteer for their time and efforts.
And I can understand that. I guess I just don't see the proposal as eliminating that possibility of compensating a community-based organization when they are part of some event, some sponsorship, some effort. I guess, and maybe I will, at the end of our hearing here, ask for the parties to consider that in their statements of position if I have misunderstood what's been proposed. But thank you for at least clarifying what your perspective and CEO's perspective is on that. I have a slightly different question, but it is along the same lines. What evidence in the record can you point me to that would demonstrate that direct funding to community-based organizations would yield benefits for Black Hills customers commensurate with the cost of such funding?
As we look to the overall budget for this 2024 to 2026 TEP and the specific programs and budget amounts that are dedicated to income qualified customers for charging incentives for e-bikes, also based on our recommendation to continue the EV rebate, we think that a marker of success in supporting community-based organizations is to have income qualified customers applying to these programs, and for these programs to be distributing the dollars that have been dedicated in this budget to those income qualified customers so that they can benefit from transportation electrification, similarly to any other customers in the service territory.
Okay, but my question was about what evidence can I look at that would tell me that dedicating funding to community-based organizations will yield the results commensurate with the amount of funding being dedicated? What's the evidence?
Because there has, in my understanding, that there hasn't been direct compensation to community-based organizations to date. I don't know that there is that evidence in the filing at this point in time.
Okay. Are you aware of any precedent for any Colorado utility being directed by the commission to provide funding dedicated to community-based organizations to increase customer awareness of any utility provided program?
I don't know. I can't say for certain. But we do know that a major principle of transportation electrification plans is to serve all of the customers in an equitable manner and support those of income qualifications as part of transportation electrification plans.
I'm not hearing really an answer to my question. And I mean, I certainly don't question why CEO has come to this conclusion and this recommendation. I'm just trying to figure out whether CEO is aware of any commission precedent that directed a utility to fund a community-based organization in order to promote a utility provided program. Whether the commission has done that before. If you know of anything, if you don't know, that's fine too. You can just tell me that.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Right, I'm hoping you can just fill in some details on the vehicle exchange program that CEO is responsible for. And more specifically, whether you have any more information on what it took, at least for that program, to develop a point of sale rebate. I'm just trying to get more information on what's the lift on getting a point of sale rebate for vehicles, which I think is being done through this vehicle exchange program.
That's correct. The Vehicle Exchange Colorado program only offers point of sale rebates. That was a program design consideration as all aspects of the program were being researched and designed prior to launching the program. A point of sale rebate has been, we believe, and we believe is most effective for these types of income qualified programs to ensure that the upfront cost of that vehicle is reduced at that point of sale.
Right, but what does it take to put a point of sale rebate program together?
So specifically for a point of sale rebate, we have a process where dealerships register to participate in the program. At this point in time, we have approximately 75 dealers across the state that are participating in the program, and that is growing. So those dealers do need to be pre-qualified and registered to participate in the program in order to then be able to accept a rebate from an applicant who's been approved for that rebate. And then the value of that rebate is reimbursed to the dealership.
What type of dealership eligibility requirements is CEO using for this program? Well, okay, so you just said one of the things that it takes to put together the point of sale rebate program that that's being used for the vehicle exchange program is that the dealers, they have to apply and they have to be determined to be eligible to participate. So what are those types of requirements if you know them?
They have to be I believe I'm not sure the proper terminology, but a registered or certified automobile dealership that is able to operate in the state of Colorado.
You think that's the only requirement?
I don't know for certain.
Okay. And CEO is not the one that is qualifying those dealers, right? I understand you guys have a third party who's administering that program.
We have the third party administrator for many aspects of the program. However, we do have a program manager for the Vehicle Exchange Colorado program that is doing much of that vehicle dealer registration internally on behalf of the Energy Office.
Okay, thank you. So under this point of sale program, you can only get that rebate if you buy from one of the dealers who are registered. Is that right?
That's right.
And is that how CEO believes that an EV purchase rebate, point of sale rebate should operate?
Are you asking if only those registered dealerships should be accepting the rebate?
Well, under the vehicle exchange program, as I understand it, you can only get a point of sale rebate. That's correct?
Correct.
And you can only get a point of sale rebate through the dealers who have been registered with the program. Is that right?
The rebate is allocated to an individual who meets the income qualifications and their vehicle, meeting the vehicle eligibility standards. They are provided with that rebate, and that applicant can take that rebate to any of the registered dealerships that will accept that point of sale rebate.
I think your answer was yes to my question, which is just that they have to use that rebate when they're buying another vehicle with at one of the dealerships that is registered in the program. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is that how CEO believes that a point of sale rebate for EVs through Black Hills should be operated?
Yes. So that applicant who's received that rebate could then take that rebate to a participating dealership in the Black Hills service territory or nearby as well.
Is there any concern that this overall approach eliminates private party vehicle purchases?
We think that it's important to ensure that those rebates are utilized by those dealerships that have the ability to accept that rebate. So really based on a lot of the program research that was done in establishing this program, it was determined that private sales would not qualify and that it would go through the dealerships from an administrative standpoint. I think that being able to offer that transaction in a private sale could potentially be very difficult to implement and administer.
So I understand that you're the person to talk to about the program that CEO has for e-bike rebates. So I've got a couple of questions. As I understand it, CEO provides a point of sale rebate for e-bikes. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's also an income qualified program as well?
It is. For the state's e-bike program, which launched in August, there are 2 tiers of income qualification for the e-bike rebate program. One is for those with incomes between 80% to 100% of area median income, and those individuals can receive a rebate of $1,100. Excuse me, those individuals can receive a rebate of $500. For individuals who are at 80% or below of area median income, that rebate is a higher amount of $1,100. So depending on where an income qualified applicant is, they will receive a rebate according to their income qualification. It is a 2-tiered system.
Do you know what the top end of the price range is, like the low end and the top end for e-bikes?
And there's a lot of different factors in an e-bike. I think approximately perhaps about $2,000, though that will depend on the type of e-bike that is purchased. Also with the state's e-bike program, we offer an enhanced and additional incentive for e-bikes for those with accessibility needs. Those bikes can have a higher cost associated with them. And so we offer an additional enhanced rebate for an accessible e-bike, as well as an additional enhanced incentive for e-cargo bikes that have the ability to take your kids around, be able to haul your groceries. And those bikes tend to be larger and have more components to them. So there are additional values of rebates that we offer for somebody who wants to purchase that e-cargo bike or has a need for an accessible e-cargo bike as well. So there are some variations, I would say.
Okay. In terms of CEO's house, I'm just wondering if you can tell me more about how CEO is implementing a point of sale rebate with its e-bike program.
So for the e-bike program and similar to the Vehicle Exchange Colorado program, there was outreach done to e-bike retailers throughout the state of Colorado prior to the program launching. it was important to have e-bike retailers that were approved to participate in the program so that applicants, when they were given their rebate, knew where they could take that point of sale rebate to be redeemed. So that work was done as part of the program development prior to launch of the program, and establishing those relationships and doing that outreach to get those e-bike dealers enrolled into the program.
So are those dealers throughout the state, or are they focused in certain areas of the state?
It is a statewide e-bike rebate program. And at this point in time, I believe there's approximately 5 e-bike dealers, particularly in the company's service territory, that are participating in the e-bike program, as well as other e-bike retailers outside of the company's service territory, but nearby, that would also be able to accept that e-bike rebate.
So when I spoke with Mr. K earlier today, I had asked her whether CEO believes that the company could pretty much immediately implement a point of sale purchase e-bike program. And she indicated maybe I ought to talk to you more about that. So I pose that same question to you. Does CEO believe that such a program could be implemented right away, as opposed to, a year from now? And if so, why?
We do believe that a point of sale rebate can be offered at the time that the program is launched, recognizing that it will take some amount of time to develop the program, and that being able to include a point of sale rebate should be one of those program design considerations as the program is being developed.
How much time do you think it would take if the company were to work with CEO on developing a point of sale program for the e-bikes?
So the Colorado Energy Office has indicated to the company that we would make our staff and our expertise in program development for the e-bike rebate program available on approximately a monthly basis, but also understanding that program development tends to be front loaded prior to launching a program. We would be open to having more regular meetings and communications to assist with program development and design, in thinking about how to engage with and enroll these e-bike retailers. As I mentioned, we have, I believe it's about 5 e-bike retailers already in the company's service territory that are participating in the state's point of sale e-bike rebate program. So we could certainly leverage those relationships that we already have in place to be able to ensure that the e-bike rebate from the company could also be accepted by those e-bike retailers. They're already accustomed to and understand how to process a point of sale rebate. That is something that they are set up already to do as part of the state's e-bike rebate program.
Okay, that was all very helpful. I'm not sure you answered my question though, which was how long does CEO think it might take for the company to develop a point of sale e-bike program working with CEO?
Based on approval of this TEP, we think that it could take approximately a few months to be able to develop and design and launch an e-bike program that would include this point of sale component. And again, we would commit to collaborating with the company to be able to offer our lessons learned and our experience in developing a statewide program that can benefit the company.
Okay, thank you. In administering the point of sale e-bike program, have you or a CEO experienced any increased costs that are directly related to doing it as a point of sale program?
No, I don't believe so, since that is the way that the program was designed to operate. It was an important program design consideration that the program be a point of sale rebate.
So basically, like, other than the work that was done on the front end, just to set up the program in the first place, CEO doesn't identify any other additional costs that are directly related to point of sale.
No, I don't believe so. And I think it's also important to point out for a point of sale rebate that when that rebate then is redeemed, the reimbursement goes to the bike shop. So for example, using the 5 e-bike retailers currently in the company's service territory, that would be 5 entities that the company would be reimbursing when those e-bike rebates are utilized at the e-bike retailer, rather than having to potentially reimburse customers after a point of sale. So we think there are fewer, that there are efficiencies in a point of sale rebate program by being able to do those transactions directly with the e-bike retailers.
So if I understand correctly, it would be CEO's position that the e-bike program be point of sale only. Is that right?
That is correct.
So let's talk about those hopefully potentially 5 e-bike dealers in the company service territory. I'm just wondering, how does that number, there's 5 retailers in the company's service territory, compared to the number of e-bike retailers available in public services territory?
I don't know how many e-bike retailers there are in public services territory, but I think, as my colleague Ms. Durkay pointed out, the scale of many aspects of the company's TEP is an appropriate size to be able to administer these programs based on the number of customers within the company's service territory, and thinking about the number of rebates and thinking about potentially, in this case, then the number of e-bike retailers as well.
So you think 5 is enough? 5 e-bike dealers is enough?
We certainly think 5 is a great start. And with our program, we are certainly always looking to engage additional e-bike retailers. So again, if there are opportunities for us in assisting and collaborating with the company in terms of its program design to be able to leverage the relationships that we already have in place and be able to work with additional e-bike retailers within the company's service territory, then that would be a benefit as well.
And do you know those 5 e-bike retailers in the company's service territory, whether they're all in one area or whether they're sort of spread out in the service territory?
I believe I looked at the map that we have available on the e-bike website just in the last day or two. They do seem to be, there is some geographic diversity in terms of the company's service territory, with some of those e-bike retailers in the Pueblo area. I believe there's one in Canyon City, or more than that, but they are a bit spread out in the company's service territory area. Yes.
Okay, thank you. How does CEO verify income qualifications for your e-bike program?
The e-bike income eligibility is based on showing the income of the area median income, or that criteria or that categorical eligibility that we've spoken to previously, where somebody can show that they are enrolled in another income qualified program that would then qualify them to participate in the e-bike program.
But this is something that CEO does itself. You don't have a third party that does that verification for you, right?
It is the third party administrator that is doing the income verification when it is accepting the applications, in addition to the third party administrator's other duties and tasks.
Do you use the same third party administrator for the e-bike program as for the vehicle exchange program?
Yes, we do.
Okay. how would you envision leveraging CEO's experience creating point of sale rebate programs to helping the company create a point of sale rebate program, both for EVs or e-bikes?
So I think that CEO, based on our experience in program development and launch and now implementation of a statewide e-bike point of sale rebate program and an electric vehicle point of sale rebate program, I think that we have some valuable lessons learned in terms of the program development and the design considerations, in the engagement and outreach and stakeholder feedback that we received prior to launching these programs. And now really some important lessons learned to date in terms of how these programs are operating that can be helpful to the company in designing their own program.
Is there any way that the existing state-funded through CEOs e-bike rebate program and the EV purchase or the exchange program, is there any way to use that as a resource in this case to both qualify individuals for either an EV purchase or an e-bike program?
We think it's important that the company be the administrator of its own program and be able to administer the programs that it offers itself. However, again, we have certainly offered our experience and expertise to be able to develop and launch an effective program, and we feel that that is the appropriate role for the Energy Office.
Okay, and I'll just explain what I'm trying to understand better. I'm trying to explore every option that there could be out there to provide a point of sale rebate, whether it be through EV purchase or e-bikes, where we can find cost effective approaches. And it just sort of occurred to me that if the state is already doing all of this work and is already doing income qualification in two different programs, that perhaps that could be used, that effort, that work of qualifying and then actually all those agreements in place for point of sale rebates, whether any of that could be used by Black Hills without incurring additional costs. And I think what I'm hearing from you is probably not. That's probably not an option. Is that right?
That's correct. We don't think that it's an appropriate role for the state to administer a program that is not a state program. We also believe that this is an important reason why we recommended and the company agreed to add an additional 0.5 FTE full-time employee to be able to assist in the implementation of not just this e-bike pilot program, but for its TEP programs overall. We've also seen and agreed that the company has now determined the income verification process that it will utilize based on that categorical eligibility of enrollment in an existing income qualified program that the company offers, or enrollment in other income qualified programs. So we think that that is an effective way that the company intends to verify that income eligibility component to be able to participate in this e-bike pilot program.
Okay, thank you. You might have answered all of my questions, but let me just take a quick look at my notes here and I will let you know. I think that covers all of my questions. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going through my notes too, and just give me a moment, please. I think you've asked almost all of my questions.
You help.
let me just see if I can just fill in a couple gaps. So, regarding CBOs, Ms. Attia, does CEO have experience itself working with community-based organizations or CBOs?
Yes, we do. We held an event earlier this year as we were developing the Vehicle Exchange Colorado program for and worked with a community-based organization that we compensated to be able to put on that event, to be able to outreach and engage with potentially income qualified Coloradans that would be able to participate in the Vehicle Exchange Colorado program, and to be able to get input and feedback about some of the initial program design considerations at that point in time.
Why did CEO do that? Why did CEO not just do that outreach itself?
We've certainly done a significant amount of outreach on our own, but we also recognize that these CBOs have trusted relationships with their community members that and that not in all cases does the state have that same level of trusted relationship with those community members. And so we really wanted to ensure that we were hearing from as many different voices and perspectives as possible. And we have some of the ability to do that, but we also recognize that these CBOs have this experience and have these relationships already established that we don't necessarily always have.
Thank you. In addition to those relationships, is there anything else specifically that a CBO could do that CEO can't do?
This goes along, I think, with some of the broader considerations that we are looking to implement around our environmental justice efforts overall. The state has now, there's an environmental justice task force that made a number of recommendations, and the Energy Office is looking to implement many of those recommendations. And this community-based organization compensation piece is an important part of that we are beginning to pursue. We certainly want to ensure that we are able to speak with and meet with and hear from, whether directly or indirectly, people who are income qualified, those living in disproportionately impacted communities, as we have our own equity focused goals. And again, recognize that we don't necessarily always have those relationships in place, or the right, I'm looking for the right words here, but the right words to be able to communicate with those community members. We recognize as a state that we can oftentimes we use a lot of lingo and jargon and acronyms that are not always understood by community members. And so being able to have those relationships to be able to best communicate the importance and the value and the benefits of our programs in ways that community members can best relate to and from that trusted source is really important.
Thank you. And then totally shifting gears, and I'm not going to take time to set all this up. I'm just going to, hopefully you'll know what I'm talking about here. I'm going to talk about the e-bike rebate. And my question is, approximately how much time did it take CEO to set up the e-bike retailer agreements with each retailer?
So as I mentioned previously, the registrations for those e-bike retailers are done by our internal program manager. And my understanding is that it takes approximately 30 minutes for an e-bike retailer to be enrolled into the e-bike rebate program.
in your opinion, would offering the e-bike rebate as a point of sale rebate require any additional resources than if it was offered as a after sale rebate?
We don't believe so. And we think that the benefits of offering that point of sale rebate to be able to bring down that upfront purchase price for an income qualified customer with limited financial resources ensures that the program can be most effective.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Atia, for your testimony. That will conclude it for now, though she continue to be available should the need arise to recall you.
Thank you.
All right, so I want to turn to, actually, let me just confirm, CEO, that's all the witnesses you intend to call.
That's all the witnesses, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, so I think next up is the Environmental Justice Coalition. Are you ready to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, and the Environmental Justice Coalition calls Jamison Valdez to the stand.
Okay, I think we've got him. If you could go ahead and unmute yourself. There we go. All right, raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Jamison Valdez, spelled JAMISON-VALDEZ.
All right, thank you for that. I want to give you a couple of advisements before we get started. One is that you are not permitted to receive assistance from anybody during the course of your testimony, about your testimony, and you are not permitted to look at any document during your testimony unless you are directed or authorized to do so by one of the attorneys or by me. If you are directed or authorized to look at a document and you happen to have a paper copy of that with you, you can certainly look at the paper copy as opposed to trying to look at it on the computer screen when it gets pulled up. Do you understand these advisements?
I do. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ragonen, I will turn the witness over to you to introduce.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Valdez, you're testifying on behalf of the Environmental Justice Coalition in this proceeding.
Yes, that's correct.
And Mothers Out Front is one of the organizations in the Environmental Justice Coalition, correct?
Yes,
And you work for Mothers Out Front?
I do.
What is your position with Mothers Out Front?
I am the Colorado senior organizer.
And did you file answer testimony on August 30th, 2023, which is marked as hearing exhibit 700?
Yes, I did.
And for the record, hearing exhibit 700 has already been admitted to evidence by stipulation at the beginning of the hearing. Your Honor, before we move on to your questions, I'd like to just take this opportunity to make a quick correction to the record, if possible. In particular, we noticed that the attachment to Mr. Harrington's rebuttal testimony includes the incorrect discovery response. Mr. Harrington cited to and attached the coalition's response to BHCE EJC 1-9, but it's clear based on his testimony that Mr. Harrington is referring to the coalition's response to BHCE EJC 1-8. And we would just like to introduce the correct discovery response for both accuracy and clarity. We uploaded the corrected discovery response as hearing exhibit 713 on box.com, but we could pull up the relevant documents if it's helpful for you, Your Honor, or the other parties.
Why don't we pull up hearing exhibit 713? And I'll just add that the time to have Mr. Harrington correct his testimony has long since passed. So you certainly do what you'd like with this witness to try to correct the record however you want, but his testimony is done at this point. So
fair enough. Sorry, I'm having trouble seeing it. Give me 1 second. Well, I'll just go ahead and introduce this inbuilt foundation here. So Mr. Valdez, do you recall providing this discovery response to EJC 1-8?
Yes, I do.
Maybe we could scroll down here to the second page. And towards the bottom, please. And you are the respondent or co-sponsor of the discovery request, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to enter hearing exhibit 713 into evidence.
Any objections? Now I'm just pausing to give everybody a chance to take a look at this exhibit.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I believe this is already in the record through Mr. Lundin's testimony. It's in his rebuttal testimony. And maybe we could pull up his rebuttal testimony, or we can, well, let me take a look at the exhibit list, Your Honor.
Yeah, why don't we just take a moment rather than
Helpful, I can pull up where Mr. Harrington's testimony I'm referring to. Mr. Sopkin.
Yeah, so this is marked as BHCE EJC 1-8.
Are you referring to hearing exhibit 106, attachment EJL-8?
Well, hold on a second.
It just might be more efficient if you could just take a look at the exhibit and let me know if you object to just.
Yeah, that's fine.
If it's already in the record, obviously I don't think you would object to it, but why don't you take a look at it? And I don't know if you've got it in front of you, but maybe we can get 713. Yeah, pull it back up and kind of scroll through it slowly.
All right, and we could keep moving down. We can keep moving down. All right, we can keep moving down. Yeah, Your Honor, we have no objection.
All right, and I'll just note that no other party has raised an objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 713, and so the exhibit is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Corporation, Mr. Sopkin. With that, Mr. Valdez is available for Your Honor's questions.
Well, I think that actually Black Hills, at least initially, had set aside some time to ask this witness questions, but I believe they have since waived that. Mr. Sopkin, that's correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And then I think the same applies for the UCA, who had set some time aside and has decided to waive that. Is that correct, Mr. Wittershine?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, then I guess I'm up. So, Mr. Valdez, bear with me. I'm not exactly sure who is going to be the best person among your organizations to answer my questions. So if you could, if you don't think you're the best person to answer that, it's fine to let me know and to direct me to the right person. So one of the first things I wanted to see if we can get clarified in the record is the Environmental Justice Coalition itself. As I understand it, it's not a formal membership organization.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Even though I think there's been quite a bit of talk about members of the EJC and the Environmental Justice Coalition, I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that that's really more of a reference to those organizations that have associated themselves with the Environmental Justice Coalition in this proceeding. Is that right?
Yes, that's accurate, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. A moment to get some stuff reorganized. Okay, so a lot of what I want to go over with you or other coalition witnesses is to see if I can get clear positions on the record as to each and every aspect of the settlement agreement. And I'll say that I've reviewed all the settlement testimony, so I think I have a better idea of what the coalition objects to in the settlement agreement, but I don't have a clear idea of what the coalition either does not object to or takes no position on. So what I want to do is just have us pull up the settlement agreement. That's hearing exhibit 109. And if you have a paper copy of it, you're welcome to follow along with that, because I am going to have you read paragraphs of the agreement to yourself, and then I will be asking you questions. All right, let's go down to page 5 of the agreement. All right, so what we've got here on the screen is it's paragraph 11 on page 5 of hearing exhibit 109. Would you please just read paragraph 11 to yourself and let me know when you're done?
Okay.
Okay, what is the coalition's position on paragraph 11?
I am not familiar, to be honest. I would refer you to I think Claudine or Turea would be better to answer that question.
Who would you refer me to? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you when you identified names.
Miss Custodio or Miss McComber.
Okay. All right, let's scroll down, still on page 5 of hearing exhibit 109. I want to direct your attention to paragraphs 13 and 14 and go ahead and read those to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
What's the coalition's position on paragraphs 13 and 14?
Again, Your Honor, this is not one of my areas of expertise. I refer you to Ms. Custodio or Mrs. McComber.
I have a lot of questions along these lines, so I'm wondering if you think I should just go ahead and ask them, and if you happen to know what the coalition's position is, you can let me know, or if you know right as you sit here right now, whether you are unaware of the coalition's position on certain paragraphs of this agreement.
I think it's going to be safe to say that I would be unfamiliar or much less familiar than my colleagues.
Okay. All right, well, to save time, then I will save those types of questions for the other witnesses. And frankly, if I don't get the answers from the witnesses that we have, I am going to direct the coalition to address this in their statement of position so we get it clear in the record. So let's see if I can skip ahead. If you just give me a moment, I need to go over my notes. Are you able to answer questions about the coalition's position on the specific amounts for all the rebate programs in the settlement agreement?
I think some of my colleagues would be better suited for that.
Maybe the better question is, what topics can I ask you about?
I submitted testimony regarding a number of things, my experience in the community, working in organizing the bicycle, my experience as a cyclist in this community, and the bicycle rebate, the e-bike rebate, the CBOs as partners with Black Hills Energy for outreach.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. So maybe you can answer this question then. What does the coalition believe Black Hills customers can get by dedicating specific amounts of funding? I think $300,000 was the recommendation to community-based organizations that the customers could not otherwise receive.
I think there are gaps that can be filled. As we've heard in previous testimony, there wasn't a single application from a income qualified customer in the first TEP. And I think that there could be gaps in the outreach that's being done that could be filled by organizations that are already doing the work in the community and already have relationships with some of the specific sectors of the community that might contain more income qualified customers, that might bring in more applications.
Is there any evidence that you can point me to in this case that's been presented in this case that would demonstrate that $300,000 towards community-based organizations would yield benefits to Black Hills customers that's commensurate with that cost?
I am not aware of any, Your Honor.
So aside from direct funding to community-based organizations, what are the coalition's recommendations to improve community-centered education and outreach for the plan.
I have included in my testimony recommendations that they hold community events in partnership with trusted community organizations in venues that are already widely used by the community, such as our public library district, religious centers, etc.
All right, well, I'm thinking at this point, probably all of the topics that we can cover together, and hopefully some of the other coalition witnesses will be able to fill in some of these blanks. So I want to go back to Mr. Ragonen. Do you have any redirect?
No redirect at this time.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Valdez. I appreciate all of your efforts and your testimony. That will conclude your testimony. From now, though, you're not officially released. There may be a need. Your counsel will let you know if you need to be called back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ragonen, are you ready to call your next witness, or Mr. Hyatt?
Yes, I believe I will be calling Ms. Claudine Custodio to the stand.
Hello.
Hi there, can you hear us okay?
Yes, and am I loud and clear?
I think I can certainly hear you great. All right, please raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony we'll give in this case will be the truth?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Claudine Custodio, CLAUDINE CUSTODIO.
All right, before we get started on your testimony, I just want to give you a handful of advisements. One is that you are not allowed to receive help from anybody with your testimony here today. And the second is that during the course of your testimony, you are not allowed to look at any documents unless you are authorized or directed to do so by one of the attorneys or by me. If you are authorized or directed to look at a document and you have a paper copy of it with you, you may refer to that paper copy and you don't need to ask permission to do so. All right, so with that, I will turn you back over to Mr. Ragonen to get you introduced.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Custodio, you're testifying on behalf of the Environmental Justice Coalition in this proceeding?
Yes, that is correct.
And Vote Solar is one of the organizations in the Environmental Justice Coalition, correct?
Yes.
And you work for Vote Solar?
Yes.
What is your position with Vote Solar?
I am the Interior West Senior Regulatory Manager.
And did you file answer testimony on August 30th, 2023, which is marked as your Exhibit 702?
Yes.
And did you also file cross answer testimony on September 25th, 2023, which is marked as hearing Exhibit 703?
Yes.
And last, did you file settlement testimony on October 16th, 2023, and that is marked as hearing Exhibit 712?
Yes.
For the record, hearing Exhibit 702, 703, and 712 have already been admitted into evidence by stipulation at the beginning of this hearing. With that, Ms. Custodio is available for cross-examination.
Right, Ms. Otterbeck, I take it you will be handling Ms. Custodio's cross-examination for Black Hills?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Custodio. I'm Katie Otterbeck with the law firm of Wilkinson Barker Nauer, representing Black Hills. How are you?
Good. How are you, Ms. Otterbeck?
Good, thank you. Your attorney has just asked you to verify your employment with Vote Solar, so I won't ask you to repeat that, but I do have some background questions. First, you live and work in California, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Have you ever lived in Pueblo?
No, I have not lived in Pueblo. I did visit downtown Pueblo over the summer.
Have you ever lived in Rocky Ford, Canyon City, or Cripple Creek?
No, I have not.
Would you agree with me that meaningful community engagement necessarily involves members of the community? In other words, people who live and work in that community?
Yes, I would agree to that statement.
And did you hear Ms. Rodriguez's testimony in this proceeding on Tuesday?
Yes.
You're aware then that Ms. Rodriguez is from Pueblo, lives and works in Pueblo, has served the communities in Black Hills service territory for more than a decade in her role at Black Hills, and that she sits on the board of several community-based organizations in the Black Hills service territory then.
Yes, and I appreciate the work that Ms. Rodriguez has done for her community.
Thank you. I want to talk about CBO engagement. So is it okay that I'm using the term CBO to refer to community-based organizations? Yes. Thank you. So you recommend that the Ready EV budget be increased by over $1 million. Is that right?
That budget includes several other items that we recommend that are several programs that we recommend the company include in their plan.
Okay, right. So including as part of that overall budget increase, you recommend an additional $300,000 be budgeted specifically for CBO funding. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you initially, in this case, advocated for, to use your own words, a holdback proposal, which would connect cost recovery of expensive contracts directly to programmatic success. Is that right?
Yes, that is part of an alternative performance incentive that I recommended.
So would you recommend that the same holdback proposal apply to CBOs that would receive the $300,000 in funding?
I believe that holdback position was mostly for vendor expenses and other line items in the general and administrative budget of the company.
Yeah, I think that's partly true. Let's go to, well, I'll just say, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You say that it's inappropriate to recover from Black Hills customers $100,000 over 3 years for costs of web content. So that was included in Ms. Rodriguez's communications budget. Is that a fair summary of your testimony?
Can you please point me to the part of my testimony?
Yeah, absolutely. Could we bring up hearing exhibit 702? That's the answer testimony of Claudine Custodio.
And can I refer to I will refer to my paper copy.
Absolutely. On page 21. And I believe, yep, right at the top of the page, beginning on line 1, it reads, "It is inappropriate to recover $100,000 of costs from Franklin Energy for web content that illustrates EV benefits." And the sentence goes on.
Yes, I believe both Franklin Energy and Rolling Energy Resources Sorry, anticipating your next question, but those two are under the vendor expenses in Black Hills' budget.
Okay, I think either way, you would say that the company should be held accountable for programmatic success along the lines of cost recovery. I mean, that's what we're talking about, right?
That is correct. Yes. Yes.
So my question really is, should CBOs be evaluated for their own use of funds against programmatic success?
Can you, I would ask that you please repeat that question.
Oh, sure. So I'm just trying to understand whether you believe that CBOs also should be evaluated for their use of funds that come from the utility against programmatic success. And EJC has consistently used the example of an IQ rebate as programmatic success.
I believe that that is not the position of the EJC, and that the programmatic success should be tied to other items in the budget of the company.
So EJC did not evaluate the communication strategy and its associated budget against programmatic success? That's not my understanding of your testimony.
That is not part of this recommendation in particular.
Okay, but beyond this recommendation, you're saying that CBOs should not be evaluated for their use of funds against programmatic success, like IQ rebates awarded.
I believe there are other metrics and other ways to evaluate how CBOs are able to use that budget that we are recommending.
Can you give some examples?
I feel like that would be beyond the scope of my testimony.
Okay. You raised the point, so I just wanted to follow up to see if you could explain it.
Well, I think the best person to ask would be Ms. Macomber, because she does have experience working with community-based organizations and implementing transportation programs.
Okay, thank you. I will ask her. So, to your knowledge, does Vote Solar conduct lobbying activities in Colorado?
Not in the past years, but we have in previous years, and that would be a different person actually. That wouldn't be me.
Are you saying that I should ask Mr. Valdez or Ms. McComber for that information?
No, sorry. To be clear, Vote Solar does not has done lobbying in Colorado, but for the past 2 years, I don't think we have.
Okay, I want to discuss your claim that the company is unwilling to utilize the expertise of CBOs. Is that a fair summary of your testimony?
Can you please point to that reference in my testimony?
Yes, this is actually your settlement testimony. So if we could please bring up hearing exhibit 712, the settlement testimony of Claudine Custodio, and go to page 11. beginning on line 11. Okay, actually beginning on line 16.
Okay.
You see that, Ms. Custodio? It is unwilling to utilize the expertise of the many organizations that the company and the EJC have provided and listed in this proceeding. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you say the many organizations that the company and EJC have provided and listed, we're talking about CBOs? Is that fair?
Yes, I think I'm specifically talking about the list that the company provided in Discovery and the EJC provided in Discovery.
Okay, great. We're on the same page. So then, did you hear Ms. Rodriguez's testimony on Tuesday that Black Hills has used its budget, specifically her communication strategy budget, to support CBO events and to engage with CBOs in its Ready EV plan? Specifically, that Ms. Rodriguez has used her existing budget to contribute funds to CBO's own events or to host events in partnership with CBOs. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall that.
Thank you. Okay, so EJC's actual complaint then, Ms. Custodio, is that the company is unwilling to utilize the expertise of CBOs if they require direct funding?
Could you please rephrase that question? I don't quite understand.
Yes, so I'm trying to understand your comment here that the company is unwilling to utilize the expertise of CBOs in the context of Ms. Rodriguez's testimony, which you just agreed that I characterized correctly, and find out if it's fair to say that what EJC is saying here is that the company is unwilling to utilize the expertise of CBOs if they require direct funding.
I think what's confusing here is that my definition of expertise would include the knowledge, the connections, and the trust that a lot of these CBOs have built with the communities in Black Hills' territory, and that I think Mr. Lundin and Ms. Rodriguez would appreciate that this is a lot of difficult work and a lot of resources are required to do the outreach that is required for some of these activities. So I believe that direct funding to some of these CBOs would go a long way to give them the resources and allow them to do the work that is required to promote and build partnerships with, or build the trust with Black Hills.
Yeah, I think that you're right that Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Lundin would appreciate that point. I'm just trying to understand, if your point here is that in Ms. Rodriguez's strategic partnerships with these CBOs, including funding their own events and supporting their own missions in exchange for a platform to reach their members, is not a use of their knowledge and trust and expertise, to use your words.
Well, I would say that, my concern is that, as we heard in this hearing, that there hasn't been any applications from IQ, in the IQ programs And I think what we need to do is to change strategies and to actually double down on some of these relationships or build a lot more of these relationships with these groups who are on the ground and are serving a lot of these communities.
So, okay, thank you. So it's fair to say that Ms. Rodriguez could continue doing the work that she's doing and continue to build that list of organizations up and continue to build those strategic partnerships.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I have no more questions for Ms. Custodio. Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Custodio. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Otterbeck.
All right, is the UCA prepared for cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. In light of Black Hills cross-examination, UCA would like to waive cross with Ms. Custodio at this time. Thank you.
Okay, what about trial staff?
Yes, Your Honor, we would still like to ask some questions. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Custodio. My name is Christine Roach. I am counsel for trial staff in this proceeding, and I'd like to ask you some questions about your opposition to the settlement agreement. So first, I'd like to talk about the electric rates component of what this plan will entail. So as you discussed with Ms. Otterbeck, EJC overall proposes a budget of $3.8 million. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Which is $1,050,000 more than the settlement amount.
That is subject to check.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you agree that regardless of whether the commission approves the settlement agreement, EJC's proposal, or something in between, that this amount will be collected from ratepayers through the TEP rider?
Yes, that is correct.
So you make the claim, and we can pull up your testimony, hearing exhibit 702 at page 8, line 15 through 16.
Sorry, did you say my answer testimony?
Yeah, 702.
702. Oh, yes. And this
So-
is page 8.
Line 15 through 16.
To that page. Thank you for waiting. Okay,
So you say, when taking the additional revenue into account, the average rate impact over the 3 years under the company's calculations is a credit, i.e. rates are reduced. Did I read that correctly?
yes.
So to put this another way, is it your claim that under EJC's proposal, TEP spending will be higher, but the resulting rates will be lower?
I think there are different variables at play. So in this calculation, we actually used it's the DSMCA rate that was calculated. I haven't done any calculations based on the TEPR rate.
So the rate impact.
So to be clear, I am currently unsure of what the rate impact would be. We do have very back of the envelope idea of what that rate impact would be.
Okay, so I'm talking about like a bill impact, the amount that the TEP would result in showing up on customers' bills through the rider mechanism. Is that something that you're familiar with?
Yes, I am familiar with that.
Okay, so if you're familiar with the mechanics of the TEP rider, does the TEP rider include any credit for additional revenues that offset the costs in that rider?
No, it would not be in the TEP rider.
Okay, so if there's no offset mechanic in the rider, Can you explain the mechanism through which the addition of over $1 million in expenses, which will go to recovery through the rider, ends up reducing rates rather than increasing them?
That would go into the, when we look at the revenue requirement, when we subtract the revenues from the cost of this program.
So is another way of stating that you believe it would reduce base rates?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Black Hills does not have a decoupling mechanism?
No, I'm unfamiliar with that.
Okay. Do you understand that in Colorado, regulated utilities file cases at their discretion and don't have any regular schedule for rate cases?
Yes, I am aware of that.
So now you explain in your answer testimony your experience in regulated utility matters, and you describe your education as an engineer. So can you provide an opinion on how likely it is that Black Hills would file a rate case in which it proposes to lower its electric rates?
I'd have to object here, Your Honor. This goes outside the scope of Ms. Custodio's testimony.
Overruled.
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes. So as an experienced professional in the regulated utility sphere, can you provide your opinion on how likely it is that Black Hills would file a rate case in which it proposes to lower electricity rates?
Well, it would sound a bit unorthodox to say that that would be a question for Black Hills, because they are in control of when they would be filing their rate cases.
I agree that they are in control, but with your experience in regulated utility matters across various states, have you ever seen an electric utility file a rate case proposing to reduce its rates?
Well, as a matter, actually, it is also within the commission's jurisdiction to order a review of the rates and for the company.
Respectfully, that's not what I'm asking, though. I'm asking, in your experience as a professional in regulated utility matters, are you aware of cases where a company has proposed through a filing to reduce their own rates?
I believe there are other matters that need to be considered that might trigger a company to file a rate case.
All right, I'm gonna intervene here. Ms. Custodio, I think she's asking you a pretty direct question, pretty straightforward, and it has to do with what you know. Are you aware of X, Y, and Z? I'm gonna ask Ms. Roach to ask the question again, and I'm gonna ask you to pay really close attention and try to answer the question that she is asking you. Ms. Roach, go ahead, repeat it. Let's try this again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm in part doing this because we're approaching 3 o'clock, and that leaves 2 hours, and we're going to have a recess. So I really need you to try to answer the questions. And if you can't and you don't know, you can say that.
Then I don't know. I have not worked on a rate case that's what you are describing.
So just to clarify your answer, you're saying that you're not aware of any rate case that's been filed where a utility proposes to reduce their electric rate case or their electric rates.
That is correct.
Okay. I'd like to move on real quickly to talk about some of the issues in the Black Hills service territory specifically. Do you know how many people are served by Black Hills?
Not off the top of my head, but I believe or what I can remember is that 6% of the population in Colorado is served by Black Hills, or somewhere along those lines.
Okay, so do you have any reason to doubt Black Hills' testimony that they serve 107,000 customers?
No, I do not.
And do you agree that the Black Hills service territory has high electric rates?
I've heard that before, and I do not dispute that.
So do you have an estimate of how many income qualified or disproportionately impacted community ratepayers are in the service territory?
I currently do not have those numbers, but I know that majority of the service of the customers in Black Hills are in disproportionately impacted communities.
So what about the number of income qualified or disproportionately impacted ratepayers who would benefit from TEP programming? How many people do you think would take advantage of TEP programming?
That would be the total amount of rebates that the company would be distributing.
So if we just take a look at a small portion of that, for individuals with the EV rebate proposal, that would be a maximum of 50 people annually under your proposal. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So that over the course of 3 years, 50 people annually, cost EJC has proposed for those rebates is $600,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then there's also the EVSE rebates for charging infrastructure. And under your proposal, the company's allotment of 110 would be reduced to 50 individual rebates. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that comes at a cost of $195,000 over 3 years.
Yes, I believe so.
So would you agree with me that it's unlikely that no customer seeks both EV rebate and EVSE rebate?
Maybe, maybe not. Again, we're not sure.
So you think it's unlikely that someone would purchase a new EV, use a rebate, and then not use a rebate to get a charger at their home?
That depends on the person.
Okay, so if it depends, then there's likely some people will overlap, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's assume, even though there will be overlap, that there is none. Would you agree that the individuals supporting programs, such as these 2 rebates, it's impossible for more than 300 people to participate in those programs? If there's no overlap, 300 would be the absolute maximum.
Yes, that is correct.
So 300 people out of 107,000 Black Hills customers, that would be 2% of 0.2% of Black Hills Territory's population. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's true then that EJC's proposal is to charge ratepayers $795,000 to serve 0.2% of the population at most.
I would disagree to that because if we just look at the benefits as just the financial benefits and incentives, then that is true. But if we look at the other things that having an EV in the area, the benefits such as better air quality, probably some increase in transit and in different areas, we are talking about other benefit, or we would be talking about benefits that's not just in the financial sense.
So yes.
So there are benefits to having like EVs and EV chargers in the community that everyone can access and benefit from.
I would absolutely agree with you, but that's only 0.2% of all the transportation, individual transportation needs of the Black Hills territory, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct.
And that means that it's also true that 99.8% of Black Hills ratepayers would be funding this, and the only benefit they would receive would be that 0.2% potential reduction in carbon emissions in their community. Those are the intangible benefits that you were just discussing, one of them, right?
Can you repeat the last part of that question?
Yeah, so under your proposal, it would mean that 99.8% of Black Hills ratepayers will fund these individual rebates, and the only benefits they would see for themselves would be that 0.2% change in how Black Hills communities' transportation is functioning.
I don't think that would be a proper equivalent.
They'll see no improvement or no specific benefit to themselves, though, tangibly, like in the financial sense. The only benefits would be those intangible ones for getting EVs on the road. Is that correct?
Well, I think that being able to access these, I mean, we are talking about people who are not able to buy these vehicles. We are talking about the IQ. If we are talking about an IQ program, then these are people who cannot access these vehicles themselves. And I would think that there are other customers in Black Hills territory who are able to pay for and access these vehicles without the additional rebates
Okay. I'll move on just in the interest of time. I'd like to talk about your EV fleet school bus recommendation. You've recommended exclusively devoting the fleet resources to school districts. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. I would also like to add that Ms. Macomber would have a lot more detail on the fleet electrification.
Okay. I think based on your testimony, these are questions that you can answer. So the costs that you're recommending is also higher, right, than the settlement agreement at $200,000 a year?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and have you included any perspectives from any specific school district in Black Hills territory in your testimony?
No, I believe that 200,000 was based off the amount that a school bus would be, the amount of the cost of a school bus.
Okay, but because you haven't included any perspectives from local school districts, you can't confirm that any school district in Black Hills territory is actually interested in investing in one of these buses or the infrastructure in the next 3 years.
Yes, that is correct.
Just a couple more questions about EV rebates. You make the claim in your testimony that state and federal rebates won't be accessed by IQ or DI communities because of their lack of awareness. We can pull that up if you need it.
I think, well, that is true that there is a lack of awareness in the Black Hills Service territory. And as we saw, or as we've heard in this proceeding, there have not been any IQ applications for any of their rebates.
Well, I'm talking about state and federal rebates, though. You specifically claim that people in the Black Hills Service territory will not be aware of state and federal rebates, so that argument that those are available should be discounted in favor of local service territory rebates. Is that correct?
Sorry, please repeat that.
Can we pull up hearing exhibit 712, please, at page 9? Okay, line 17 through 20, please. Okay, you say the settling parties may argue that there are now additional state and federal incentives to obtain an electric vehicle. However, there's little assurance that lower wealth families and customers in DI communities have sufficient access to the information to participate in these programs, being the state and federal programs. And these other programs may not guarantee, if you can scroll to the next page, access to electric vehicles. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So do you have any evidence that suggests that car dealers who can offer $7,500 in federal discounts would suddenly stop including that information in their marketing materials? I'm just asking if you have any evidence.
No, I do not have any evidence of that.
Okay, so would you agree that federal incentives are something manufacturers could advertise nationwide and would be applicable to all potential buyers of their viewers?
Yes, I could see them doing that.
Okay, and a similar concept would be that local dealerships could advertise statewide incentives with the confidence that a large portion of the people their ad reaches will also be able to take that rebate. Would you agree with that?
I think that is an assumption, and that would depend on the dealerships.
Okay, so would you agree that a rebate that's limited to Black Hills territory would require much more targeted advertising because of the limited demographic that would be able to take that rebate?
Yes.
And so do you still stand by your position that it's unlikely that national ad campaigns for cash on the hood federal credits are something IQ customers are unlikely to be aware of?
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Custodio doesn't mention national advertisements in her testimony.
She mentions awareness, and a substantial portion of what we've been discussing throughout this case has been the ways that the rebates and other programs are communicated, which is like through advertisements.
I agree. Objection overruled.
So I'll ask again, Ms. Custodio, do you stand by your position that it's unlikely that national ad campaigns are something that IQ customers are less likely to be aware of than a local utilities 50 rebates? It's a simple question, Ms. Custodio. Do you stand by your prior position in this testimony we have on the screen?
I stand by the position that there is a lack of awareness in these cases with regards to the rebates that are available for IQ and DIC customers.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Custodio, I have a lot of questions for you, but I think before we start that, we're sort of at a little after 3 already, and I usually need to take a little break for our court reporter to rest her hands. So it's about 3:05 right now. We're going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we will be back at 3:20. And again, I'll just remind everybody the webcast and the recording will continue during our recess. So we will be All right, before we go back on the record, let me check in with court reporter Harriet. Are you there and are you ready?
I'm here.
Okay, we'll go back on the record. So Ms. Custodio, I'm not going to swear you in again. You're still under oath. Were you able to listen in on the questions that I asked your colleague, Mr. Valdez?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm probably going to come to you on a lot of the questions that he was not able to answer. But before we get there, I did want to ask you about a specific recommendation that was in, I think, your answer testimony. Let's just pull that up so that we have that reference point. It'll be hearing exhibit 702. And let's go to page 28. And if we can get lines 11 through 19 on the screen, and you're obviously welcome to look at the paper copy too. So really starting, I think, on line 16, I'm not going to read it into the record, but I will just say my understanding based on this written testimony is that the coalition objects to the income qualified eligibility requirements because it does not appear to offer options to disproportionately impacted communities. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think this is more of expanding some of those, expanding access to these programs to more, or expanding eligibility. And I think CEO talked about categorical eligibility as one way to do this.
Well, okay, so yeah, I understand that what you're saying is they should expand eligibility such that it would include disproportionately impacted communities as defined by House Bill 21-1266 and documented in EnviroScreen, as well as communities identified as disadvantaged by the federal government, which includes those enrolled in federally recognized tribes. So I understand that's what the coalition is saying. It should be expanded to include these categories of individuals. What my question is, how do you suggest they do that? Like what mechanics do you think should be used in order to accomplish that expanded goal?
Well, one thing that might make this easier is we know that a lot of the communities in Black Hills' service territory are considered DI communities. And I know CEO has other methods for other ways of using this eligibility requirement for their programs. So I think some of their lessons learned would be very helpful in this regard.
All right, and I want to talk to you about the budget that the coalition is recommending.
Yes.
And we might pull up an exhibit at some point, but let's see if maybe you can point me in the right direction just as a starting point. So you would agree that the coalition is generally recommending a $3.8 million budget. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Okay. So I'll just say I have been looking to try to figure out how that number would break down.
Mm-hmm.
And I've looked at a number of different coalition exhibits and even exhibits that were described as, hey, that figure is broken down in this exhibit. I still haven't been able to find where that number is broken down. So I guess my first question is, can you point me to something? Is there an exhibit? Is there something in your testimony or another coalition witness testimony that actually breaks down that $3.8 million recommendation into specific categories?
wish.
And
And how would
I may
they
have
put that in
missed
a table?
it may be there and I'm just missing
Oh,
it,
actually,
so-
section 3, page 7 of my direct testimony. I have a list of,
Okay,
yeah,
what was that page number again?
that was page 7, 7 of 29 in my
Okay,
direct
and then that
testimony.
would be hearing exhibit 702 then, I believe is your answer testimony.
Yes.
All right, let's just pull that up if we could, page 702. I'm sorry, hearing exhibit 702, page 7. All right, I'm just as confused as I was
Oh,
before.
sorry.
So I just say, looking at what we've got pulled up on the screen, hearing exhibit 702, page 7, if you go to
Sorry,
line 12, it says that you're recommending 2.6 million for the plan period.
yes, let's see.
Or actually, I think that that's a discussion of the company's budget.
Yes, that is the company's budget. Let me go back through my tables. Well, I do not have a specific table that summarize. Well, I do have the at the end of that section. I have the totals for each year. I believe. Oh, actually, my attachment. It's. I think attachment 3 has the executable, or either the executable or a copy of the tables that do separate out some of these line items.
All right, I see we've got that document pulled up, and that, for the record, is hearing exhibit 702, attachment CC-3. And so there are 8 pages of this attachment. This is one of the documents that I did look at, trying to figure out how much the coalition is specifically recommending for each budget category. Can you point me to where I might find that information in this document?
I do not have a paper copy of this, but either, I think if we scroll down to either page. Okay, so that is one of the pages for the administrative and general expenses. The other pages have the, oh, not that one, probably the next one has the rebates that we are recommending. If not that one, the next one. Apologies, it's been a while since I've seen these documents. Yes, that one.
Okay, so we're on page 5 of the same attachment.
So those would be the rebates that we are proposing. The blue ones would be the ones that we are proposing.
All right, so let's just go through this. I want to make sure I understand. So in hearing exhibit 702, attachment CC-3, we're on page 5. And if I'm understanding correctly, there's essentially what looks like about 3 tables on this page. And is it the one in the middle that says total value of rebates awarded? I could figure out what the coalition's suggested budget amounts by looking at the numbers that are in blue?
For the rebates, yes. And for the general and administrative budget, that is where you will find the CBO budget that we suggested.
Okay, yeah, there's, I know that specific dollar amount, and I know that there's another dollar amount recommended for fleet electrification as well. Does that cover all of the budget recommendations?
I
Okay.
think the fleet one is called school bus in this table.
Thank you for helping me with that.
Happy to help. Yes, there's so many tables flying around.
There are, and I looked at a lot of tables, and I'll just be honest, I never found one single table from the coalition that had everything in it, all of the budget recommendations. It's possible that it exists and I missed it. So that's why I just wanted to make sure I know where to look.
Yeah, thank you
for the
for that
details.
feedback.
Sure. Okay, so I'll just say, the next thing I want to go over with you is just sort of trying to figure out exactly what the coalition's position is on each paragraph of the settlement agreement. And I certainly understand where the coalition objects and disputes aspects of the settlement agreement, but there are a lot of things in the settlement agreement that I just don't think I've got a position on from the coalition. So I'm hoping you can help me. Let's go ahead and pull up hearing exhibit 109. Go to page 5. And let's get paragraph 11 on the screen. Okay, Ms. Custodio, could you review paragraph 11 of hearing exhibit 109, the settlement agreement, and then review it to yourself. And then when you're done reviewing it, let me know.
I read this before when you pulled this up, and we
Okay.
do not object to this paragraph.
Okay, thank you. So no objection to paragraph 11. Great. Now let's look at, I have the same question about paragraphs 13 and 14.
May I refer to my settlement testimony just to remind myself?
Sure, that's
Okay.
fine.
Yes, I know we put specific paragraph numbers on the ones that we did object to.
Another way of doing this is if you know the specific paragraph numbers in the agreement.
Yes, I think that would
Hold
speed
on.
up the process.
Yeah, if you know the paragraph numbers in the agreement that the coalition objects to, you could identify those for me, and then I would take that to also mean that if you have not identified a paragraph number, coalition does not object.
Okay.
That'll be quick.
Yes. Let's see. We said we oppose the terms on paragraph 38. Paragraph 40, paragraphs 42 through 44. And double checking. Paragraph 54. And those are the ones numbered in my settlement testimony.
All right, so I'll just reread that list. The coalition objects to paragraphs 38, 40 through 40, no, 40, 42 through 44, and
42
54.
to 44, yes.
And 54.
54, yes.
And so other than those paragraphs of the settlement agreement, are there any other paragraphs to which the coalition objects?
Those are the ones that I remember, yes.
All right. So is it then fair for me to take your testimony to mean that unless you've identified the specific paragraph in the agreement that we just went through that the coalition objects to, that the coalition does not object? I need to re-ask that.
Yes.
I don't think I asked that very well. Let me ask it a better way. I'm sorry. All right. Other than paragraphs 38, 40, 42 through 44, and 54, does the coalition object to any other paragraph or provision in the agreement?
Oh, excuse me, paragraph 16. I think that is the budget table. But yes, and all of the, like, adding paragraph 16, all of those paragraphs are the ones that we object to. Everything else, we either hold no position or we agree to.
All right. That is going to save us a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
bear with me. I'm going to be kind of going through and eliminating a lot of the questions that I originally had set aside. Okay. Just for a point of reference, let's go to page 9 of hearing exhibit 109. Right, so paragraph 24 is what I wanted to ask you about. It's up on the screen right now. And these are the allocation factors for the administrative and common costs that have been identified for the different classes that'll bear the costs of this plan and the settlement agreement. And Coalition has made recommendations in terms of the budget that would add dollar amounts to specific line items. I'm just wondering if the Coalition has calculated and has any information about how your budgetary changes, those recommendations, would impact the allocation factors that are identified here in this table, paragraph 24.
I do not have that information.
That's okay. I thought it was worth a try. Let's go to page 11 of hearing exhibit 109. We're still on page 11. Okay. Let's get paragraph 30 on the screen. So paragraph 30 it speaks to the parties' agreement for a new residential behavior charging pilot. And we've sort of already talked about what Coalition opposes and doesn't oppose. And as I understand Coalition's position is that generally the Coalition supports the charging incentive pilot that's referenced in paragraph 30. Is that right?
Generally, yes, we do.
Yes. And I also understand that it's the Coalition's position that all of the funds for residential customers should be dedicated to income qualified or disproportionately impacted customers. Is that right?
Yes, that is the position that we have in my answer testimony.
So then would it be fair to say that although the Coalition supports the residential behavior charging pilot, you would ask for it to be solely offered to IQ or disproportionately impacted customers?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right, let's pull up hearing exhibit 712 and go to page 7. All right, so I wanted to talk to you about your testimony here at lines 6 through 9. That says, as a result, the EJC continues to recommend that the Commission require the company to establish a performance incentive mechanism that ties recovery of $280,000 of non-revenue producing consulting expenses to success in the IQ rebate programs. So I'll just say I'm a little bit confused about this. I'll just say it seems to me, what you're recommending is not a performance incentive mechanism, which typically in commission proceedings has been a positive incentive. In other words, dollars normally. It doesn't seem like that's what you're recommending. It seems like what you're recommending is essentially to punish the company by disallowing recovery of expenses if it does not meet the goals for the number of rebates issued to IQ and DI communities. Is that correct?
I think it's just that I don't know the correct term whether to call it a performance incentive or not, but I mean, it would incentivize the company to actually distribute their, or make sure that there are customers who are applying and enrolling into their programs. I think if I remember correctly in my lessons for PIMS, there are two ways to go about it. That it could be an additional funds available to utilities, or it could be something that would tie some of the cost to their performance.
So it'd be a negative incentive.
Yes.
Are you aware of any commission proceedings where the commission has crafted a negative performance incentive mechanism?
I always think about Hawaii because they are pretty much very really into doing performance incentives and other ways of looking into utility, kind of like decoupling some rates from utilities.
Okay, and are you aware of any instances where our commission, the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, has used or created a negative performance incentive mechanism similar to what you've proposed?
Not that I am aware of.
All right, I think we can take this exhibit down for now. And I just want to shift to talking about the coalition's recommendation related to adding an additional $300,000 to the community and outreach budget dedicated for community-based organizations. Can you explain to me what benefits Black Hills customers would receive due to an additional $300,000 budget towards community-based organizations that would be commensurate with that $300,000?
That would be commensurate to it. Well, I would hope that with partnering with some of these CBOs, there would be more uptake on the utilities programs, and with more EVs in their territory, that would be there would be benefits in having a lot more of these vehicles in their service territory. Like I don't have the numbers for those.
Okay. What benefits could Black Hills customers receive through that dedicated $300,000 funding that they can't receive under the current budget proposal in the settlement agreement? Basically, what would they get above and beyond what they can already get through the agreement and the settlement agreement?
Well, I think as we've seen that there is a lack of awareness, familiarity with the programs in Black Hills. And I think with this change in strategy and giving some of these CBOs who are working in these communities, giving them some of these resources would extend the outreach and extend actually help the utility in getting more people to enroll and to access their programs. So,
all right. So what I'm hearing is increased awareness, potentially resulting in more customers seeking out the rebates. Is that right?
yes, generally.
Okay. What can you point me to evidence-wise in the record that supports that conclusion?
I don't have evidence of that in my testimony. I would say that you would have to ask Ms. Macomber because I think I said earlier she does have experience working with CBOs in California when she was program manager for a transportation program.
Okay, I will make a note to follow up with her on that. Aside from direct funding to community-based organizations, what are the coalition's recommendations for improved community-centered education and outreach?
I think I mentioned in my testimony, culturally sensitive and linguistically appropriate messaging is required. There's also education. I think in some of the feedback that we received from our own outreach to Black Hills customers, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation about electric vehicles. And I think that that is one thing that the utility and any CBO partnerships that they will have, it's something that they could address as well.
Thank you. Let's pull up hearing exhibit 712. Page 9. And let's get lines 17 through 20 on the screen. Really what I want to talk to you about is there's some language there on line 20. I just want to follow up with on. So starting on line 17, you say, settling parties may argue that there are now additional state and federal incentives to obtain an electric vehicle. However, there is little assurance that lower wealth families and customers in DI communities have sufficient access to information to participate in these programs, and these other programs may not guarantee access to electric vehicles. What I really want to ask you about is that last phrase where you said may not guarantee access to electric vehicles. Are you suggesting that the companies, any of the company's programs, should guarantee access to electric vehicles?
Well, I wouldn't say guarantee. It's more of that there is an option, that there is less of an obstacle for a lot of these customers to have these vehicles. And I think that an additional stacking some of these rebates would go far into helping communities, helping disinvested low wealth communities from accessing this technology.
Okay, well, that makes a lot more sense than what I was seeing here.
Yes.
Because really, how could you guarantee pretty much anything?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Let's pull up hearing exhibit 701. Actually, I'm not sure if I should just hold off and ask Ms. McComber about this because it is her testimony. I'll just ask you about the topic and you can let me know if I should just ask her instead. And really the topic that I wanted to talk about was the coalition's recommendation that if the commission continues an IQ EV purchase rebate program, that certain consumer protection mechanisms be included in such a program. Is that something I should ask Ms. McComber about?
Yes, that should be directed to Ms. McComber.
All right. All right, I think that covers my questions for you, but let me just do a quick double check. Okay, that covers it. Mr. Ragonin, do you have any redirect?
Brief redirect in the time here, Judge. So first, I just wanted to clarify one point with you, cover 3 points with you today, Ms. Custodio. First, if we could just quickly pull up here exhibit 712 and turn to page 14. And this is Ms. Custodio's settlement testimony. Now, Ms. Custodio, do you recall going through paragraphs that the Environmental Justice Coalition opposes with Administrative Law Judge Mirbaba?
Yes.
And you also discussed the performance mechanism with Administrative Law Judge Mirbaba.
Yes.
And here in that first bullet point, you discuss the Environmental Justice Coalition's opposition to withdrawing the performance incentive mechanism and instead approve the EJC's proposal for a modified PIM, correct?
Yes.
And so in addition to the paragraphs you listed, the coalition also opposes paragraph 48 of the settlement agreement.
The settlement agreement, yes. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that, and for the record, I just wanted to make sure that that was on Administrative Law Judge's radar. Now, Ms. Custodio, do you recall some background questions that you discussed with Ms. Otterbeck? In particular, she asked about whether meaningful community engagement involves people who work and live in the community.
Yes, I remember that.
How have members of the Environmental Justice Coalition, like Mr. Valdez, how have they served the public community?
Well, Mr. Valdez, on top of being the director, the Colorado director for Mothers Out Front, has been involved in other proceedings with the Environmental Justice Coalition. I believe he was part of some of the some proceedings in the Air Resources Board, and he is also part of the Environmental Justice Task Force, who have provided, if I remember correctly, some recommendations for outreach and community engagement.
Thank you for that. Last topic here. Do you recall discussing the costs and bill impacts of the TEP with Ms. Roach?
Yes, I remember that.
Now, when you discuss those with Ms. Roach, she discussed intangible benefits. Why are these intangible benefits like air pollution important? Air pollution reductions, I mean.
Yes, they are important. Because I think most of us are aware that those in Black Hills territory, they are disproportionately impacted communities because they have higher rates of asthma, and they have really low air quality from having fossil fuel infrastructure in their neighborhoods. And I think it is really important that we look at these, like these aren't, like we call them intangible benefits, but in reality, we are talking about the health and safety of a lot of these communities and their children.
Right, thank you, Ms. Stodio. And just one last follow-up question in regards to your conversation with Ms. Roach about costs and bill impacts. Did you happen to watch the testimony of Mr. Gervais yesterday?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall a discussion establishing bill impacts of about 6 to 18 cents for the company's proposal and 9 to 25 cents for the Environmental Justice Coalition proposal?
Yes, I remember.
Do you have any reason to dispute these numbers?
No, because I actually did calculate those numbers myself.
Thank you. No further redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Custodio, I appreciate your testimony, and that will conclude it for now, at least.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Rigonin, your next witness.
The Environmental Justice Coalition calls the stand to Rhea Macumber.
Hi there, if you could go ahead and unmute yourself. Great. Raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and put your hand down. State and spell your name for us.
My name is Terea Macomber, T-E-R-E-A, Macomber, M-A-C-O-M-B-E-R.
Thank you. Before we get started on your testimony, I just want to give you a couple of advisements. One, you are not allowed to receive help with your testimony while you're testifying. Two, you are not allowed to look at any documents unless you are directed or authorized to do so by counsel or by me.
Okay.
Do you understand these advisements?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I ought to maybe just remind you of one other thing. You have to give verbal responses to everything, otherwise we won't capture it in the record.
Yes.
All right.
My bad.
It's easy just to nod and forget. We've got to get the words out. Okay, Mr. Rigonin, you can go ahead and introduce your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Macumber, you're testifying on behalf of the Environmental Justice Coalition in this proceeding?
Yes.
And you work for Clean Energy Works?
Yes.
What is your position with Clean Energy Works?
I am a senior program associate on the transportation decarbonization team.
And did you file answer testimony on August 30th, 2023, which is marked as hearing exhibit 701?
Yes.
For the record, hearing exhibit 701 has already been admitted to evidence by stipulation at the beginning of this hearing. And with that, Ms. Macumber is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Otterbeck, will you be handling cross-examination on behalf of Black Hills?
Yes, Your Honor, and in the interest of time, the company will waive cross-examination. But thank you, Ms. Macumber, for your time today. No questions.
All right, and does the UCA still wish to do cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, UCA will waive. Thank you.
All right. And what about staff?
Your Honor, we have just a couple brief questions. During the break, I was able to cut these down significantly. So my hope is that it'll be less than 5 minutes.
Look, I don't want anybody to feel any pressure. We've got an hour left. We can go a little after 5 if we have to. So don't cut your questions for that reason. If you cut them if you want to, but there's no pressure coming from me to get it done quickly.
Thank you, Judge. I think that several of them were answered earlier, so it's totally okay. Ms. McComber, my name is Katie McLaughlin, and I am counsel for staff of the Public Utilities Commission. I just have a couple questions for you this afternoon. This is your first time testifying before the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, correct?
Yes.
And do you live in Pueblo or any of the surrounding communities?
No.
Do you live in Colorado?
No.
So Mr. Valdez is the only Environmental Justice Coalition witness located in Black Hills territory, correct?
To my knowledge, correct.
Okay. And you have a very impressive resume, but is it safe to assume that the majority of your work has been conducted outside of Colorado?
I would say yes, but my current role and my roles previously have worked on a nationwide level, a national level, and trying to create equitable program models for equitable program models that can be adopted across the country to advance equitable transportation electrification.
Okay, and that wasn't a Colorado State specific program?
Not specific program, but as director of clean mobility for Grid Alternatives, my work and collaboration was through headquarters. And as you could find out, Grid Alternatives also has an office located in Colorado. So my program models and the way that the organization was approaching clean mobility and the electrification of transportation was coming down from my leadership.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Now, I want to discuss just one topic with you this afternoon. So a portion of your answer testimony took issue with the community outreach programs that Black Hills proposed in its direct case, correct?
The approaches, I wouldn't call them community outreach programs.
Okay, the approach that Black Hills, okay. And I think this afternoon we've talked at length about how the Environmental Justice Coalition is proposing an additional $300,000 for community-based programs, that it would be Black Hills that is funding this money, correct?
Can you rephrase that a little bit? Because I think that I may not be fully understanding what you're asking.
Sure. So the Environmental Justice Coalition made a proposal to have Black Hills provide an additional $300,000 in community-based outreach programs directly to these community-based organizations, correct?
I think you're referring to it as community-based outreach programs, but in my specific testimony, I refer to that $300,000 going towards funded community-based organization partnerships to implement community-centered outreach and education.
Okay, great. You answered that question perfectly. So it's for those organizations.
It's for those organizations to specifically be given capacity in the form of funding, which is a form of capacity building for organizations to be able to do targeted outreach, education, and awareness around income qualified programs that Black Hills is wanting to implement through this transportation electrification plan.
Now, the next couple questions that I have for you are only going to require a yes or a no answer.
Okay.
Did your proposal provide a list of the organizations that are going to be eligible for the $300,000 budget.
In my, just to clarify, I know it's a yes or no answer, but I'm just clarifying, in my testimony or in EJC's set of testimonies?
Did your testimony provide that?
No.
Did your proposal provide any criteria that organizations must meet to receive the allocation from ratepayer funds?
Say it one more time, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's getting late for me too.
No, you're totally fine. I am more than happy to repeat any of these. Did your proposal provide any criteria that organizations must meet in order to receive the allocation of ratepayer funds from Black Hills?
No. It was matching the level of detail that Black Hills had provided in their transportation electrification plan on how they plan to use their community and education budget.
Did your proposal provide any direction for who will get to select the organizations that receive these funds?
No, but Ms. Rodriguez, her testimony was incredible, and she's been working for over a decade in the region. So don't see why that would be a hurdle for the company.
Did your proposal provide information for how the organizations would make decisions on how they use the funds?
May I repeat the question back to you to make sure I'm understanding?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did my testimony include details on how the organization that receives us, how the CBO would use that funding if given the opportunity?
Yes.
Did I have direction on that?
And just a yes or no is fine.
Yes, I did. I don't, if you can pull up my testimony, I don't remember what page, but I do give examples of specific metrics that the company could utilize to measure how well of a job they are doing or that CBO is doing in reaching the community members that could qualify for the IQ programs. And I apologize that that wasn't a one-word answer.
Could these be examples of what you've seen done in California and not Colorado?
The examples that I've given have been given. I've been to many electric vehicle specific conferences, and those are nationwide conferences. And I've heard these examples, not just in California.
Did your proposal provide a standard for how to determine if these ratepayer funds were effectively used by the CBO?
I think I just answered that with the examples of the measures of how well the outreach education awareness is being implemented. I think I just answered that because can I ask to pull up my answer testimony here?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be hearing exhibit 701.
And I believe that is under, I don't have the exact page number, but I believe it's under my recommendations for community-based organization outreach. Maybe it's page 12, it's at the end, I believe. Thank you for your patience here. Continue to scroll down, please. Oh, there it is. A little bit more. A little bit more. I believe I saw. Yes, right here. Metrics of would I say line 9 on this, on page 14. I was referring to these metrics of success. So I believe your question was, did I state how CBOs will be held to a standard? I think that's a pretty bad paraphrase, but.
Yeah, most of these metrics look like just some suggestions. So I was wondering if you had put together a standard for which these CBOs must meet after they have received ratepayer funds from the company.
No, but once again, there's a full team at Black Hills that has conducted contracts with market research firms and other communications vendors. And I'm sure they had a contract with them that had those standards laid out, as we did see the exhibits within their initial proposed plan.
So you mentioned that the number of engagements could be a type of standard, but do you have a specific number of engagements that would be a level that would be appropriate for a standard?
In my testimony or right now?
In your testimony or right now?
No, not in my testimony, I don't believe, but we've heard several times today from my colleagues on within the coalition, as well as the Colorado Energy Office, that there are the number of rebates are situated appropriately with the number of customers in Black Hills territory. So number of engagements and quantitative metrics that similarly want to be tracked should be aligned with the number of rebates, applications, and what's it called? Folks that want to engage with these programs. So
thank you, Ms. McComber. I think that we can move on from this one.
Okay.
So I have two more last questions for you. And again, these are only going to require a yes or no from you.
Okay.
Did your proposal provide recommendations on how the organizations would report to Black Hills or the Public Utilities Commission on how these ratepayer funds were being used?
Not in my testimony, no.
And did your proposal provide information for how the Colorado Commission should evaluate the success of these organizations and their use of ratepayer funds?
No, but once again, I think
Thank you, Ms. McComber. I don't have any more questions for you.
All right, I think that was the last party that had questions for you, but I have a couple of questions for you. We should be able to get through those pretty quickly. Since we were just talking about community-based organizations, maybe I'll just pick up right there. I'm wondering if you can tell me what benefits Black Hills customers can receive through the additional $300,000 funded to community-based organizations that they cannot receive based upon the current budget proposal for communication and outreach.
Well, I think the priority benefit is building trust between the utility and the communities that are currently being left behind in the transition to electrified transportation. There isn't a lot of trust between Black Hills and community members that could really benefit from electrification of transportation. The number one way of showing support for a community, especially in communities that have been historically underserved and historically divested from, is to directly fund organizations that reflect the communities and are situated they're not only situated, they're granted by other organizations funds to continue to bring resources to their community. Community-based organizations are most likely nonprofit organizations, so they're consistently under sometimes even more rigorous standards just to receive funding to be an organization. So the idea that community-based organizations need an extra level or a specific standard of doing their work feels is being experienced as a lack of trust between Black Hills and the community, and compounding the lack of trust between those two parties.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can unpack that a little bit.
Sure.
I feel like your initial answer was building trust, that Black Hills, by funding community-based organizations to the tune of $300,000, will be able to build trust with its community members. Is that right?
Yes, and that is especially critical as we face some of the most devastating impacts of climate change.
And is it then your position that Black Hills cannot build trust with its community members unless it directly funds community-based organizations to the tune of $300,000?
I'm not saying the company cannot build that trust. I'm saying that we are, I want to double down on the fact that the previous transportation electrification plan, as implemented, had 0 applications from the income qualified community. If this transportation electrification plan wants to reach the income qualified community, different strategies need to be deployed. And the number one way to engage with communities and demonstrate that you are there to support them in this transition to electrified transportation is by paying trusted intermediaries and community-based organizations to bring these resources directly to them. Time is of the essence. There's another 3 years for this transportation electrification plan. Within those 3 years, we want to ensure that there is access to these programs and folks are able to engage with them. So if funding is required, building funded paid partnerships, just like the company funded and created a paid partnership with a market research firm to get data about the market, they can do the same with CBOs to ensure that these programs that they're creating for the communities are just as accessible and able to be engaged with. Something I like to point to, it's in my answer testimony as well, is lack of engagement in a program is not a demonstration that communities aren't interested. It means that the program isn't designed in a way that people can actually engage with it.
Okay, thank you. So you're not saying that funding community-based organizations is the only way that the company can build trust with its customers?
It's not the only way. No, I think hiring and having Ms. Rodriguez as their community focused employees is a great way. But we also want to surface that Ms. Rodriguez and the rest of the Black Hills team hasn't been able to engage with the build this awareness and engagement within income qualified community members for them to actually engage with their and apply to their IQ programs. So that's not a flaw of the community member not being able to access that program. That is a flaw in the program's design, approach, and possible implementation.
Well, it sounds like what you're saying really is that it's a design in the community, the communication and outreach plan. Is that right?
That could be one of the factors for sure. And that's, again, why we are highlighting a new approach and a new approach in building paid funded partnerships with community-based organizations for their time and their effort and their experience and expertise to do what they do every single day, which is bring really complex resources, really complex programs to their community members in a way that they can actually engage with them.
So what evidence can you point me to in the record that would demonstrate that the $300,000 that the coalition recommends be provided to community-based organizations would yield benefits for Black Hills customers that are commensurate with that $300,000? And I'm talking about what evidence in the record can you point me to, even if it's something you just testified to?
What evidence on the record that the $300,000 is, I'm just repeating it because that's how my brain works.
I'll repeat it. I'll repeat the question. What evidence in the record can you point me to that demonstrates that the $300,000 that the coalition recommends be dedicated to community-based organizations will provide Black Hills customers with a benefit commensurate with that $300,000 cost?
Well, I'm, in the sake of time, I can't point to something that's commensurate. I'm also not fully understanding how you're defining commensurate. So I don't. I want to say what I want to say on record is we clearly have examples of Black Hills hiring vendors to do a specific task and that task being completed. I point to the market research, for example. So the market research is great data for the company to be able to implement their programs and implement the transportation electrification plan as they set forth before. And what we're asking with this $300,000 is to do the exact same thing. In this case, it's a vendor, but this vendor is a community-based organization to do more effective outreach, education, and awareness, possibly in the form of in ways that align with the programs that they're offering in this transportation electrification plan. So since I can't point to evidence because that strategy hasn't been deployed yet, but it also sounds like it doesn't want to be even tried. So I can't point to the evidence, no.
Okay, and you might have just answered this, but I'll ask this question and you can just let me know whether you think you've covered it. And that is, what I heard from you was that community-based organizations could provide more effective outreach and education and awareness of the company's programs. And so my question is whether there's any evidence in the record that you can point me to that would support that conclusion.
I would point to Mr. Valdez's testimony. And I also believe in my testimony, I outlined some of the, how do I say, more unique ways that community-based organizations are able to engage and show up for their community that is different from what Black Hills can provide. Black Hills has a pretty small team. We heard from, I think I'm getting names mixed up a little bit, but either Mr. Hagland or Lundeen, I forget which person was the program manager that covers Colorado and also some other parts, a pretty large territory that they're focused on, and they're the director of implementing all of those transportation programs. So with the limited capacity of the Black Hills team, I'm just wanting to reinforce the idea of increasing capacity and specifically increasing capacity within organizations that are doing this work really well already, demonstrated by the fact that they're a nonprofit organization receiving grants to do their work. I think, that evidence sits in my testimony. I think it also sits in Mr. Valdez's testimony as well.
Okay. And I think Ms. Roach asked you some questions about basically the coalition has not laid out any specific parameters or guardrails that should be implemented in terms of how a community-based organization would be required to use this $300,000 that's being suggested. So it sounds like what you just said now gives a little bit of a guardrail. In other words, would you say that they would at least have to use the money towards promoting the programs, the TEP programs?
Well, yes. I mean, I think that is the purpose of that portion of the budget as outlined by Black Hills, is they plan to use
it's what Black Hills outlined, the budget that they want to use for community education outreach. But really what the question is, what you and the coalition are suggesting, $300,000 towards community-based organizations, should there be some restrictions tied to how they're allowed to use that money? Or is this just a check that they get, hey, we really like you and we're partnering with you? I mean, can you give me something here?
Well, can I ask that we pull up the budget and the settlement testimony, and just that for the community outreach?
We can do that, but you have to answer my question. So hearing exhibit, let's pull up 109, because this question doesn't have anything to do with the budget in the settlement agreement. This question has to do with what the coalition recommends, if anything, that a $300,000 amount given to community-based organizations be used for. And they use it for whatever they want.
Can Black Hills use it for whatever they want?
I'm not talking about Black Hills. I'm talking about community-based organizations. We're still on the subject of the coalition saying companies should give community-based organizations $300,000. And what I'm trying to get at is, how should we ensure that if the commission approves this recommendation, that the community-based organizations are properly using ratepayer funds?
I'm experiencing the question in a way that makes it seem like community-based organizations cannot be trusted to sign a contract to do work that possibly Miss Rodriguez would develop this scope of work with the community-based organizations, and that they wouldn't be able to do that, because that's how I'm receiving that.
Because you're experiencing my question in whatever way you want to. let me try this again.
And can we get the
Yes.
budget for the community?
No, we are not talking about the budget in the settlement agreement. I am trying to get out of you and the coalition any information as to whether you have any suggestions on how community-based organizations should be required to use the $300,000 that the coalition is recommending be dedicated to community-based organizations. I want to hear the coalition's position on this.
Okay, well, our position is that $300,000 or at least $100,000 for direct funded partnerships with community-based organizations can be a lot more effective than what is outlined in the settlement budget under the community, under the communications budget, which includes another set of funding for market research, which includes funding for social media, direct mail campaigns. And we did learn in the testimonies of, I think it was Ms. Rodriguez, and I believe maybe even the Colorado Energy Office's testimony, that in-person direct outreach and education and awareness is the most effective way of reaching communities. So to have almost, I keep asking for that budget to be pulled up just so everyone can see a majority of the communications budget is actually not funding that direct face-to-face outreach with community members. So some of the ways that $300,000 could be leveraged is providing a CBO, being able to hire on a associate level, entry level role to conduct bike safety training, since there is an e-bike program for income qualified communities in this transportation electrification plan. It can be in the form of, again, receiving enough funding to have one staff focused on doing direct door-to-door canvassing with their community members, getting an understanding of what the barriers are for them to adopt an electric vehicle or even an electric bike, and maybe why they're not engaging with the Black Hills program, since again, in the previous TEP, no one applied to those programs. Other opportunities for that $300,000 could be for the CBO to conduct its own ride and drive events, its own focus groups, its own its own community engagement during days, times that maybe Black Hills employees aren't available, being able to leverage those funds to create more inclusive engagements that allow for childcare during the event, allow for food during the event that maybe Black Hills doesn't have the flexibility to be able to provide. That's what we mean when we say that it's not a blank check. It's saying, hey, community-based organization, you do really well in ensuring that your community has the resources it needs. Can you help us do that for these programs that we know will support them in transitioning to electrified transportation? And as Ms. Rodriguez stated, they really want to take a holistic approach in ensuring that community members aren't just learning about one program at a time, but we have to recognize that in 2023, we're asking utilities to do something that is pretty new, which is create a revenue stream for them for years to come. Electrifying transportation wasn't a main driver of revenue for utilities. Now we have to electrify our entire transportation fleets, how people drive, how people get to and from where they need to. That's countless revenue for the utility to have for years to come. So when we ask for $300,000 to ensure that the outreach, education, and awareness is being done in a way that reflects their community, that is linguistically reflects, culturally reflects their needs, we are supporting organizations that are doing that every single day. And that's why they're running as organizations. They're receiving grants to do exactly that, create programs and provide programming to help their communities live abundantly. Does that help kind of?
Yeah, I thank you. I've got a much better, I think I've got a little better of a sense. And I just want you to understand that asking for the coalition's recommendations on how that money should be directed to be used by community-based organizations has nothing to do with whether those organizations can be trusted, or whether Black Hills can come up with a contract and people will follow a contract. It was really more about the coalition's thinking on what that funding should be used for by the community-based organizations. And I think you've given me a sense of that, but I do want to make clear it has nothing to do with whether they're trustworthy organizations at all. It's not the point at all of my questions. I just wanted to hear more from what the coalition was thinking on this. And I also don't want to deprive you of the opportunity to look at the budget and the settlement agreement that relates to the communication plan. And if there's anything more you wanted to add to the testimony you just gave, that after looking at that, you can do that. If you have that in front of you, feel free to look at it. But if not, that's fine. We can pull it up. Hearing Exhibit 109, page 20 is where the communication and outreach budget is shown. And again, I'm not asking you to repeat anything that you just said, but I know you wanted to look at this. And now that I got the answer I needed out of you, look at this and let me know if there's anything more that you wanted to add.
Well, I appreciate you clarifying that your question isn't so it isn't meant to kind of ask about, can Black Hills trust the community-based organizations? And the reason why I was pretty adamant about bringing up just the communications budget is because in this in the settlement testimony and in the original plan, we didn't get details about what is meant by what is meant by market research, what is meant by video production, print and mailing, and these are I think based off of Ms. Rodriguez's testimony, she answered that the market research, outside services, advertising is it's not done by Black Hills. So all of these require vendors to accomplish. So when we say adding a line item, or I think it was Carrie who was speaking to the 3 different ways that that $300,000 could be allocated. We didn't, it's hard not to think it's not about trust, because those details aren't being asked from Black Hills on how they plan to do market research, video production, print mailing, paid, digital and social media, other types of advertising. Those, I didn't hear any questions around what do those standards look like, and how are they going to measure success for those line items in the budget. So it's hard not to kind of interpret that question around $300,000 for community-based organizations receiving a blank check as Black Hills or other parties asking about those details, not trusting community-based organizations to use the money to do communications, education, outreach, and awareness for their communities. So that's why I was asking for this budget to be pulled up.
Sure. And, one of the things that always comes into play later down the line when the company is seeking cost recovery is whether they prudently spent that money they're looking to recover. And getting at what that money is going to be used for speaks directly to that question. And so that is why I think people are asking these questions and trying to get a little bit more out of what the coalition is suggesting in terms of community-based organization. And I will say one of the big differences between that type of funding and the funding items you see on the exhibit that's shown is that most of what you see on this list are actual items. Market research, that is a thing, that is something that will be done and paid for. A community-based organization is not a thing and something that will be accomplished that's going to be paid for. It is going to be giving money to them, and then from there figuring out exactly what types of things that they would do. And some of that may overlap in the categories that we see on this page potentially. But I think we were all just trying to get more information on what the coalition thinks that should look like. Hopefully that's alleviated any concerns you have about trust with community-based organizations, because that's truly not the issue at all. I am wondering if you were aware of any precedent by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission where the commission has required a utility to provide funding to a community-based organization to increase customer awareness of any utility provided program.
I don't know that. I don't know.
All right, I just wanted to, I'm almost done here. I've got a question about one of your recommendations. And just for the sake of expediency, we can pull up that exhibit 701. And we'll go to page 12. And really what I want to ask you about is your recommendation relating to implementing consumer protection mechanisms. Should the commission approve continuing an IQ EV purchase rebate program? And so I think you talk about that on line 6 through 8. So let's see if we can just scroll that down. Okay. So here's where you say, additionally, I recommend this program include a critical consumer protection mechanism of an interest rate cap to ensure that customers are not subject to predatory loans.
Yeah.
And that's really the consumer mechanism recommendation I wanted to ask you about. And I'm just wondering, how do you, from your point of view, how does the commission have the ability or the authority to cap interest rates on loans to which a regulatory utility is not a party?
My understanding, well, in my experience working with the California Air Resources Board, they were able to, so another regulatory commission, were able to basically instate that as a program requirement. So when receiving, so for example, I gave this example in my testimony, the Drive Clean Assistance Program in California, which is actually a smaller version, a much smaller version of the statewide version of the program, which gives funding, gives point of sale rebate to low income customers within, I think, 13 counties in Northern California. So really covering pretty rural parts of Northern California and tribes. They have a program requirement to receive that $5,000 to $7,500 point of sale rebate. The loan that may need to be received to cover the rest of the cost of the vehicle can't have a interest rate, I think above, I want to say it's 8%, but it could be a little bit higher, a little bit lower than that. So it's not, it's more of a program design recommendation that can be instituted. And then it is up to, and then it's up to, dealerships and other financial institutions who want to be part of the transition to electrified transportation to do their best to meet that. That's how it was operationalized in my experience.
Okay, thank you. So if I understand correctly, this would be essentially an eligibility requirement that whatever the loan is, if there is a loan, would have to, not go up above a certain percent in terms of the interest rate. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. Let me just go through my notes that I think might be it for my questions, but let me just double check. Nope, that is it for me. Mr. Rickonen, I assume you're going to have some redirect?
Yeah, it's a brief redirect, Your Honor. So this is just covering one topic, Ms. Macumber. So first, do you recall having a discussion with Ms. McLaughlin in regards to your previous work experience in Colorado?
Yes.
And so why does your experience working across the country, across states for equitable transportation electrification, why does it translate to Colorado?
It translates, equitable program design translates nationally because we know, through the definition of historically disadvantaged communities, that we're talking about communities that have been historically kept out of any type of economic, have been kept out of a lot of economic opportunities to develop their community. When we look across the country at different cities, we can see that we can see similar examples of the devastating impact that redlining has had across the country in major metropolitan cities as well as smaller metropolitan cities. The Federal Highway Administration leveraged a lot of redlining maps to identify where to build interstate and highway corridors, and where that eminent domain was going to be leveraged to build highways to cut through cities and towns. And we see that the places where these highways are cutting through are also the same communities that we can define as disadvantaged, historically underserved, historically under-invested in. So when being that a lot of my experience is on the nationwide level as well as in California, I believe that we can place similar program characteristics across the nation that will be effective regardless of state or place.
Thank you, Ms. Macumber. And just a final question here, and this is in regards to both your prior experience and also a part of the conversation you had with LJ Mirbaba. And in your answer testimony, you describe your experience working with Access Clean California. How was your experience with Access Clean California shown that CBOs are best equipped to provide new information to communities?
Access Clean California is a statewide program in California that seeks to garner a greater access to California's suite of climate equity programs for those that have the greatest barriers to accessing these resources and engaging with programs that can really support them. My experience as the director of that program and allocating 60% of when I left the total allocated to the program, I believe was $16 million. So 60% of that $16 million had been allocated directly to paid partnerships with community-based organizations that were as small as the Native American Environmental Protection Coalition, which was ran by two courageous Native women, up to a partnership, a paid partnership with SEIU, which is the state's largest labor union. My experience working with very small community-based organizations that in the Native American Environmental Protection Coalition's case were, they weren't just in one geography, they have 44 tribes, both federally and non-federally recognized tribes that they worked with to build climate resiliency for. So they were driving across the state to working with SEIU really showed me that community-based organizations and other trusted intermediaries like someone's labor union can really build outreach, education, and awareness strategies that are unique to the members that they're serving. So Native American Environmental Protection Coalition, they helped us have a ride and drive at the Big Tent event up in Humboldt. And so we think we had the first ride and drive at a tribal led and funded event in the state of California, but that wouldn't have been done. We wouldn't have built that trust fast enough to do that sort of engagement if we didn't have a funded, paid partnership with the Native Environmental Protection Coalition. So that's one example of many examples that I can point to during my time in Access Clean California, and why it's just so much more effective to use dollars, use communications dollars or education dollars, however you want to name it, to just fund the organizations that do this every single day. And that's the purpose and that's the mission of their organization, is to ensure that their communities have access to the resources that allow them to live abundant lives. So I can give more examples, but I think the big time event is it was really great one, because I was hired 4 months before we were able to have a ride and drive event at California's largest, basically tribal powwow in the state. So 4 months, paid partnership led to the first ride and drive at a tribal led and funded event. And it was amazing.
And just to tie up these two questions here, Does the experience you just described, is that the model that the Environmental Justice Coalition is going after in this case?
Yes, yes, in short. Really, Ms. Rodriguez pointed to her relationships within the community and being able for her to be able to sit down with her different contacts and say, hey, we can build a scope of work for an X amount of dollars to support you, but also to support us in ensuring that we're reaching your community members as you do the work that you do. It sounds like, and has been proven to be a much more fruitful engagement with community organizations and trusted intermediaries than an email or sending a flyer or sending a mass communication email, that's inviting someone. That's paid partnerships are going to lead to really effective outreach, education, and awareness that will lead to applications, not just a larger email list.
Thank you, Ms. Macumber. With that, I have no further questions, and the Environmental Justice Coalition rests.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Macumber. That will conclude your testimony for now. We're getting close to 5 o'clock, but I will ask the question anyway. Does Black Hills have any rebuttal evidence to present?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So that therefore concludes the evidentiary portion of our hearing. Just want to go over, I think it's helpful to go over the exhibits that are not listed on the hearing spreadsheet, the ones that have been admitted into evidence. So I'm just going to run through those because some of them were all admitted at the same time and some of them were not. So it might be helpful to have it all in the same place in the record. We have, in addition to the exhibits listed on the hearing spreadsheet, we have admitted hearing exhibits 113, 114, 402, 506, 111, 115, and 713. Does that align with what everybody has? I'm seeing nods, so I'll take that as a yes. If you think I've missed anything, go ahead and speak up now. One thing I would like to do that's not absolutely necessary is to admit the hearing exhibit spreadsheet list itself, the PDF version, which I think we've got it identified or marked as hearing exhibit 900. Is there any objection to doing that? Right, I'm seeing a lot of no's. So I will just make the record that nobody has objected and therefore hearing exhibit 900 is admitted. Okay, and my notes indicate that statements of position are due on November 9th. And I always like to check in with the parties on that kind of a deadline, because what I don't like is to see a motion after the fact that I have to rule on. So if anybody has an issue with that deadline, speak now or forever hold your peace. All right, I'll just note for the record, nobody has raised any concerns with leaving November 9th as the deadline for statements of position, so it will remain as such. In statements of position, I am hoping the parties can address at least one or two issues that I think a little bit murky in terms of what we have in terms of people's positions and the record itself. And so one of those issues is the change in the federal tax incentive / credit. One aspect of that change that I am unclear on is whether the full $7,500 amount will become accessible regardless of the person's who's claiming that amount's tax liability. I think there was just, we're sort of all over the place on that. So I'm hoping if you all can look at that issue, give me your position on what you think the change is going to be in the federal tax credit specific as to that aspect. And then the other item that I wanted to hear from the parties about is your position on whether the settlement agreement as currently proposed would allow the company to compensate community-based organizations when they partner together. And then I'll just say finally, I think I did get information from the Environmental Justice Coalition about what aspects of the settlement agreement that you do not object to. I think we did finally get that, but feel free to repeat it in your statement of position. It would be nice to have it just, you know, in an easily accessible document for everybody to look at rather than having to dig up, get the transcript and confirm everybody's notes are correct. So it would be great to see that in the coalition statement of position.
Your Honor, just to repeat back to you so I have it right.
Yeah.
Like just a list of paragraphs of the settlement agreement that the Environmental Justice Coalition disagrees with, right?
Well, that would be helpful, but it would also be helpful to have a clean and clear statement that unless you've identified a paragraph that you disagree with, that you therefore either do not oppose the other paragraphs or have no position on it. I just, you know, we're all so busy. There are a million cases going on right now with the commission, and I'm going to have to get this decision out at a time where I will tell you I have very limited time. And to have the parties' positions really clearly put in front of me will help me do this and will help me get a decision out quicker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Okay, and that covers my checklist of the things I wanted to go over before we convene, but I do want to give the parties an opportunity. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we convene? I'll just pause.
I assume you're meaning adjourn.
Adjourn, sorry. Okay, I'm going to just take everybody's silence to mean there are no other issues that we should be addressing before we adjourn our hearing. And so with that, I will go ahead and adjourn our hearing. I want to thank you all for your presentations. I will issue a written recommended decision in due course.
Thank you, Your Honor.